slowly, and time can do so much for you. Still mine, I need your love. I need your love. God, sweet love to lonely rivers flow to the sea, to the open arms of the sea. Lonely rivers cry, wait for me, wait for me. I'll be coming home, wait for me, for my love, my darling, I've hungered for your touch a long, long time. I need your love, I need your love. God, sweet your love to You came when I was happy in your sunshine. I grew to love you more each passing day. Before too long, I'd build my world around you. Yeah, and I prayed your love enough for me to stay. If you love me, let me know. If you don't, let me go. I can't take another man of a day without you there. If you love me, let it be. If you don't, set me free. Oh, take the chains away that keep me loving you. Loving you. The arms that open wide to hold me closer, the hands that run their fingers through my hair, the smile that says hello, it's good to see you. Anytime I turn around, I find you there. It's this and so much more that makes me love you. What else can I do to make you see, long, long? You know you have whatever's mine to give you. Yeah, but love will ever one can never be. If you love me, let me know. If you don't, let me know. Oh, I can't take another man of a day without you there. If you love me, let it be. If you don't, set me free. Take the chains away and keep me loving you. Loving you. Take the chains away and keep me loving you. Loving you.
Thank you very much. little darlings. My darling, I need you. God, I need you to call my own, to hold in mine your little foot, a hand. Do something, woman. Don't just stand there. Hold my hand. My dear, I was wrong to try without you. But my love was just all you. No, thank you very much. Put your sweet lips a little closer to the phone. Just pretend that we're together all alone. Tell the man I turn the jukebox way down low. You can tell a friend there with you, you'll have to go. You can't say the words I wanna hear when you're with another man. If you love me, answer yes or no. Darling, I will understand. Put your sweet lips a little closer to the phone. Just pretend we're together all alone. We'll tell a man that turned the jukebox way down low. You can tell your friend there with you, you'll have to go. that's a no. Darling, I will understand. Just put your sweet lips a little closer to the phone. Just pretend that we're together. Oh, but tell the man to turn the jukebox way down low, and you can tell your friend there with you he'll have to go. Yes, you can tell your friend there with you he'll have to go. Wherever you go, wherever you may wander in your life, surely you know, I always want to be there, holding your hand and standing by to catch you when you fall, seeing you through in everything you do. I said, let me be there in your morning, let me be there in your night, let me change whatever's wrong and make it right, Let me take you to that wonderland that only you can share. All I ask you, let me be there, let me be there. Watching you grow and going through the changes in your life, that's how I know I always want to be there. Whenever you feel you need a friend to lean on, here I am. Whenever you call, you know I'll be there. I said, let me be there in your morning, let me be there in your night, let me change whatever's wrong and make it right, Let me take you to that wonderland that only you can share. just promise me, darling, your love in return. May this fire in my soul, dear, forever burn. My heart's at your command, dear, to keep love and to hold. Making you happy is my desire, dear. Keeping you is my goal. I'll forever love you for the rest of my days.
When the dogwoods start to bloom and the crickets hum their tune, that's usually about the time that I feel most alive. But the news has all been bad, and the whole world seems so sad. I ain't had much else going on, so I sat down and wrote this song. I miss my mom, I miss my dad, I miss the road, I miss my band, giving hugs and shaking hands. It's a mystery, I suppose, just how long this thing goes. But there'll be crowds and there'll be shows, and there will be light after dawn someday when we aren't 6 feet apart. First thing that I'm gonna do, slide on in some corner booth and take the whole damn family out, buy my buddies all around, pay some extra on the tab, catch a movie, catch a cab, watch a ball game from the stands, probably overwash my hands. I miss my mom, I miss my dad, I miss the road, I miss my band, giving hugs and shaking hands. Well, it's a mystery, I suppose, just how long this thing goes. But there'll be crowds and there'll be shows, and there will be light after dark someday when we aren't 6 feet apart. I miss my mom, I miss my dad, I miss the road, I miss my band, giving hugs and shaking hands. Well, it's a mystery, I suppose, just how long this thing goes. But there'll be crowds and there'll be shows, and there will be light after dawn someday when we aren't 6 feet apart. There will be light after dark someday when we aren't 6 feet apart.
The sun sets so late tonight, I wonder if you saw it too. Wish I still had someone to lose. All I got are these summertime blues. But there's a green-eyed, dark-haired beauty on some beach by Monterey, letting waves wash her pain away. But I'll never know. But there's some boys out in Okie that are praying to get the job done, hauling hay and fighting off the sun with ladies waiting in town. My summertime blues, summertime blues, I've got nothing left to prove. I'm out of touch and out of tune, singing alone to the birds up high and the souls below. All those boys who ain't got no home, the beautiful girls I'll never hold. This one's for you, my summertime blues. My summertime blues. The quiet turns to revelry as the sun burns away the spring. The coastline starts to sing with the young and heartless. Hilton Head and the Hamptons, where the rich all go to die. The young kids all get high just to pass time. I bought a bottle of the best bourbon a beat down boy could buy. I'm gonna bury all my sorrow as the summertime passes by. Summertime blues, summertime blues. I've got nothing left to prove. I'm out of touch and out of tune, singing along to the burdens up high and the souls below. All those boys who ain't got no home, the beautiful girls I'll never hold. This one's for you, my summertime blues. My summertime blues. The sun sets so late tonight, I wonder if you saw it too. Wish I still had someone to lose. All I got are these summertime blues.
Dear rodeo, I'd be lying if I tried to tell you I don't think about you. After all the miles and the wild nights that we've been through, Lord knows we had a few. Dear rodeo, I'd like to say that I took the reins and rode away. No regrets, no left unsaid, just turn the page. Oh, but you know better, babe. Between the almost atoms and broken bones, the dream of a buckle I'll never put on. I'm jaded, oh, I hate it, but somehow the highs outweigh the lows, and I do it all again, even though we both know I'd still have to let you go. So dear rodeo, I tried like hell to tell myself it was all your fault. I held on tight with all my might, I just couldn't hang on. And that's hard to hang your hat on. Between the almost atoms and the broken bones, the dream of a buckle I'll never put on. I'm jaded, whoa, how I hate it, but somehow the highs outweigh the lows, and I do it all again, even though we both know I'd still have to let you go. Dear rodeo, I'd like to think you miss me too, but I know you don't. Oh, but that don't change the past, and that don't change the truth. I'm still in love with you, dear rodeo. Saturday night and the moon is out, just shining over top of the pines. I'm headed on down to my baby's house, gonna take her on a midnight ride down them back roads winding up at a Kickapoo Creek. Dancing and singing to some good old boys like me. Baby, there's a shooting star, that one's for me and you. So hold me tight and make that wish and pray that it comes true. And I ain't sure of much, but this I know. I got a diamond in my pocket and my baby's got a heart of gold. I brought along a little courage and a Coleman cooler just to help me out. My hands are shaking like a canebrake rattler, nothing's gonna save me now. Might as well jump in head first, lay it all on the line. What am I worried about? Never gonna be a more perfect time. 'Cause baby, there's a shooting star, that one's for me and you. So hold me tight and make that wish and pray that it comes true. And I ain't sure of much, but this I know. I've got a diamond in my pocket and my baby's got a heart of gold. Well, I didn't have money for a Broadway show, but the crickets are singing to the radio, and we've got tickets along the very front row. Baby, there's a shooting star, that one's for me and you. So hold me tight and make that wish and pray that it comes true. And I ain't sure of much, but this I know. Well, I got a diamond in my pocket and my baby's got a heart of gold. I got a diamond in my pocket and my baby's got a heart of gold. My baby's got a heart of gold.
The kids are in town for a funeral, so pack the car and dry your eyes. I know they got plenty of young blood left in them, and plenty nights under pink skies you taught them to enjoy. So clean the house, clear the drawers, mop the floors, stand tall like no one's ever been here before or at all. And don't you mention all the inches that are scraped on the door frame. We all know you tiptoed up to 4-1 back in 08. If you could see him now, you'd be proud, though you think they's yuppies. Your funeral was beautiful, I bet God heard you coming. The kids are in town for a funeral, and the grass all smells the same as the day you broke your arm swinging on that kid out on the river. You bailed him out, never said a thing about Jesus or the way he's living. If you could see him now, you'd be proud, but you'd think days, yuppie. Your funeral was beautiful. I think I heard you coming. If you could see him now, you'd be proud, but you'd think days, yuppie. Your funeral was beautiful. I think I heard you coming. The kids are in town for a funeral, so pack the car and dry your eyes. I know they got plenty young blood left in them, and plenty nights under pink skies you taught them to enjoy. Highway boys on the road tonight, got a gig out at the Ryman. Finally learned the hard way that all good things take time, friend. I heard the pain lost soul sing his songs true. It make a southern boy cry, turn a northeast man confused. And I woke with a fever, sweating oceans again. There's mirrors in hotel rooms, but I do not recognize them. Maybe it's the feeling that I get in my sleep, that all the memories in my mind are only mine to keep. I wanna ride that K-10 way back when, sleep next to the river, hear it rushing again. Give my no good soul back to where it belongs, and do my best to keep truth in songs, and do my best to keep truth in songs. All of my old friends miss having me around, but highways work both ways, and I can't stand the liars in town. If you need me, you can find me slightly out of control, 'cause highway boys don't rest and don't hang hats till they're home. Highway boys on the road tonight, got a gig out at the Ryman. They finally found out the hard way that this sound I got is mine, man. So if you need me, call. If you're in love, fall. Just know that highway boys don't stick around at all. I wanna ride that K-10 way back when, sleep next to the river, hear it rushing again. Give my no good soul back to where it belongs, and do my best to keep truth in songs, and do my best to keep truth in songs. Highway boys on the road tonight, got a gig out at the Ryman. They finally found out the hard way that this sound I got is mine, man. There's concrete below me and a sky above so blue. I'm finally leaving Austin and I wish it was with you. I'm just a sickness and you seem to be the cure. How much can a southern girl honestly endure? Remember Northwest mountains, they were snow-capped in June. You were napping on my arms on a Sunday afternoon. But babe, I've gotta heal myself from the things I've never felt. Repression is my heaven, but I'd rather go through hell. It's about time that I left Austin. About time you settled down with a man who doesn't move as quick as the train rolling through town. About time that I faced the hard times I've let go. Love was just an ocean I would drown before I flow. You remember getting drunk on the outskirts of this town when I gave you all I had, but it still let you down. Everyone I've ever loved has either left or died. Wish I was born with concrete shoes, but I'm leaving tonight. It's about time that I left Austin. About time you settled down with a man who doesn't move as quick as a train's rolling through the town. About time that I face the hard times I've let go. Love was just an ocean I would drown before I flow. There's concrete below me and a sky above so blue. People ruin people, I don't wanna ruin you. I'm just a sickness and you seem to be the cure. How much can a southern girl honestly endure? And I'm finally gone from Austin. You finally settled down with a man who didn't move as quick as the trains roll through town. I finally had to face the hard times I've let go. Loving you's an ocean I'd have drowned so you could float. You took a train to the south side of Boston. You showed me where your old man stayed. Took 28 years of blood I was lost in to feel loved on my own birthday. And I always felt like I was in between something like home and somewhere far away. But tonight on the west side in a bar out in Brooklyn, I saw tears outline your face. How lucky are we? It's been a hell of a week. We're all grown now. The smoke seeping out of your bloody teeth, but you're home somehow. Upstairs with the guitar I was given when I was barely 14. When did McGlinchey's get so crowded, and why are the crowds so damn great? I lost my mind on the streets of the city, and maybe I lost all hope too. Took 28 years of blood pumping through me to get to this evening with you. How lucky are we? It's been a hell of a week, but we're all grown now. The smoke seeping out of the bar down the street, but we're home somehow. How lucky are we? It's been a hell of a week, and we're all grown now. The smoke seeping out of the bar down the street, but we're home somehow. You took a train to the south side of Boston. You showed me where your whole heart stayed. Took 28 years of blood pumping through me to feel loved on my own birthday. I lost my money to some dirty old bookie way up in Philly. He was a bad man, but you can't bet your life on the table when you've got yourself a bad hand. So I went and got my good friend Mickey, and we made ourselves a bowl in the sand. Wound up bleeding on the bar floor, and we don't bet on ball no more. Where the bets are tough and bartenders meet, the great American bar scene. Brother from Tulsa has got himself a warrant, but he's on the run up in Cheyenne. They hem me up and ask me some questions, but I ain't no damn rat, man. Put cuffs on so tight he started bleeding from his wrist down through to his right hand. Put state trooper on the record machine.
Somebody save me from myself. I spent so long living in hell. They say my lifestyle is bad for my health. It's the only thing that seems to help. All of this drinking and smoking is hopeless, but feel like it's all that I need. Something inside of me's broken. I hold on to anything that sets me free. I'm a lost cause. Baby, don't waste your time on me. I'm so damaged beyond repair. Life has shattered my hopes and my dreams. I'm a lost cause. Baby, don't waste your time on me. I'm so damaged beyond repair. Life has shattered my hopes and my dreams. What if the night sky was missing the moon? There were no shooting stars to use wishing on you. And all of my sorrows, I just washed them down. It's the only peace I've ever found. All of this drinking and smoking is hopeless, but feel like it's all that I need. Something inside of me's broken. I hold on to anything that sets me free. I'm a lost cause. Baby, don't waste your time on me. I'm so damaged beyond repair. Life has shattered my hopes and my dreams. I'm a lost cause. Baby, don't waste your time on me. I'm so damaged beyond repair. Life has shattered my hopes and my dreams. It is
Good afternoon, Panther fans. I'm Eric Mason. I want to be your host for your ENN Fall Sports Studio Show. So today we're going to be going through a little bit of a rundown to see what's going on in the world of elder athletics in the fall sports. So we'll be going over golf, soccer, football, and cross country, and we'll be meeting with representatives and having a few interviews along the way. So first off, we're going to go ahead and start with soccer. All right, so we got our representative here for soccer, CJ Shondell, a freshman here at Elder. So, CJ, what's the Panthers' season look like so far?
The Panthers got their first home win of the season against Kettering Fairmont, 4-1, led by Maxwell Martin with 2 goals early in the first half. Evan Cavell actually had a chance to get an interview with him after the game.
Oh, did you really?
He did.
Oh, so do we have that?
We do.
That's cool.
Rolling. Act like it was rolling. So,
Yeah.
oh,
So we do actually have an interview?
yeah, we literally do.
Oh,
yeah.
so we are going to share that.
So, this whole conversation right now is going to be muffled by that interview.
Oh, okay. I'm like,
So
wait,
we'll
we have
cut
an
it at
interview?
some point. He kind of did, and I started tossing to it.
Yeah.
So act like, act like he. Wow, that was interesting. Act like you've listened to the interview. What did he say in the interview?
What did he say in the interview?
It's pretty weird.
Okay.
Yeah, it was kind of
Well,
awesome.
he scored
if
2
I'm
goals,
being
right?
completely honest. Yeah.
He scored 2 goals. He led the way for the Panthers.
So far.
It's been good so far as leader.
All right, we're back, Panther fans, and right now we got some golf action for you with our representative here, freshman Coit Gooden. So, Coit, what's the season for the Panthers look like so far?
It's been good so far as leader Case Morgan. Three-time player of the year. It's never happened.
Yeah, that's crazy. We have at Elder, we've never had a guy be go 3 times GCL Player of the Year. So that's very impressive, and Chase, he's definitely got a very bright future ahead of him.
Yeah, they have their districts coming up as well, which he should be their leader.
Yeah, so hopefully we'll go deep into state this year. Case Morgan, he definitely went very high up last year, and maybe he was only a sophomore last year. That's crazy, or junior. I'm sorry, he was a junior last year. But now as a senior, he's got the advantage. He's got a lot of whole years of experience under his belt. So I wonder what he's got in the tank, because he's definitely showed his talent and his level of play so far this season.
Yeah, he'll do good in state. They'll go far.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and that's what we're hoping. Coach Rogers over there just definitely wishing to get a state championship. So yeah, you got anything else for golf?
No, that's all.
All right, so next we're going to go ahead and head over to cross country. All right, so now we got some cross country action with our representative here, sophomore Zach Hafner. So Zach, what's the Panthers season look like so far in the world of cross country?
So the Purple Pack this season, we're looking very strong. We have a lot of good freshman talent on the team, a lot of seniors who have been stepping up to make our meets better. Last week we competed in the Fairmount Flowerbird Invitational, and our varsity squad came in 5th place, so that's pretty good. That's what we're looking for, trying to get a little more up there, looking for state, but that's good for now. JV squad came in a solid 2nd place, so we have a lot of good freshmen that are racing in the varsity race. We have a freshman in the varsity race and freshmen in the JV races that are really stepping up.
Yeah, we've definitely, from the class of 28, we've gotten a lot of talent all across the board for sports, but especially in cross country, with freshmen playing up in varsity. At Elder, that's almost unheard of. but they definitely proven that wrong. So what do you say we got our next race coming up?
So our next meet is going to be this Saturday at the Saturday Night Lights meet is at Centerville. It's a really big cross country meet, great atmosphere. It's going to be a night race. So it's a really fun meet to work in. We have 3 meets. We have 3 races in that meet. We have the open race, but at 5:40 p.m. We have the JV race at 6:40 p.m. And then I believe the varsity race is at 8:50 p.m. So our plan going into that is really, it's a big meet, a lot of good teams there. So we want to pack it up in the front. We know that in the open race we have a lot more depth than these teams. So while these teams will play all their good races on the varsity race, we have some good people on JV and the open race. We are one of the biggest teams in the open race with 39 runners. While most other teams have 8 or 9 runners, we have 39. So big difference in that. So we should definitely come out winning in the open race, and then the varsity race is going to be a battle.
Yeah, and I'm sure, especially with all those long races, it's a marathon out there, and with that depth and having a lot of good talent and young talent especially, that will really help us competing against these other schools who have won state championships in cross country. We haven't gotten one lately, but I think that we got one soon to come with a lot of young talent from sophomore year, freshman year, and then we also got a lot of seniors too, and we're going to speak with one of them here shortly. And yeah, so you got anything else for it?
Yeah, you pretty much covered everything. We have a lot more. We have a couple more meets coming up. We have the GCL meet, which is going to be against our GCL rivals, and after that, we're going to make our run for state. So looking to do some good things.
All right, and we're going to go ahead and head over to that interview right now.
Hi, I'm Xavier, and I'm here with Toby Brubaker. He's one of our senior captains for cross country. Toby, thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me.
So what's our season looking like? How's our team looking this year?
I think this is a very good team, one of the best teams in my 4 years with this program, so I'm excited to see how we do in the late playoffs.
Yeah. What's the practice schedule really been like this season?
On Mondays, we should go long run, like 7, 8, or 9 miles. Tuesdays and Thursdays, go back to speed work. Wednesdays, we go recovery, like 5 or 6 miles. And then Fridays, nice easy 2 or 3 mile run to get ready for the race.
Yeah. So I know our next meet is Saturday Night Lights. What's really the goal going into that meet? What's the plan?
Our main competition is Villa Madonna, so I think we're looking to beat them and win the race for our varsity. And then JV and Open, definitely win that.
Nice. So this is a night race. So what things would you do differently for a night race that you would for a morning race?
You have to prepare a lot better, like food you eat during the day, like get a nice, like nutritious meal, like. Because usually after meets on Saturdays, we go to Skyline, just eat all we want. So for the night race, you got to, like, eat small snacks, like, around, like, 7, can't eat anything too heavy.
Yeah. So I know we have our GCL meet coming up in 2 weeks. Who are we looking to beat there?
Our main competition is Moeller. LaSalle's no problem. X is a really good team, but Moeller's our main competition.
Yeah. Do you think we can make a strong run for state this year?
I do. I feel pretty confident we get out of districts. Regionals will be a battle, but I think we can do it. We put our mind to it.
So this year you're a captain. Is it different being a captain? Is it a lot more fun or?
I have an authority over the freshmen. That's just always so much fun. But it's an honor to feel like people look up to you as a captain. So it's an honor.
Yeah. How do you think? Do you have to be a really good leader to be a captain?
No, I feel like you just need to do work, do what you're supposed to, yeah.
Yeah. All right, thank you. This is Toby, the senior captain for Elder Cross Country, and let's move on to football.
Thank you, Toby, for that interview. But now we got some football time. So right now we're here with football's representative, Evan Kafel. So, Evan, what's the football season looking like so far?
Panthers are 4-1. Yeah, 4-1. They lost to Lakewood St. Ed's there in a close battle, but they've been pretty good.
I wasn't there that game. I can't drive yet, and I can't stay up in Cleveland, so I just watched it from the broadcast. But what I saw there, the reason why we lost, I think, is because E-Step doesn't throw the ball quick enough. We need the offensive line to keep E-Step in the pocket. so he can do his work, because he's not a running QB, but he is a passing QB, and I think we need to just keep that strength going. So what's your input on that?
Yeah, Caden has 6 turnovers this year. He really needs to clean those up, but when he has not turned over the ball, he's 57 for 89 for 628 yards and 6 TDs. He's played really good other than those turnovers.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. You know, we just got to keep those turnovers down, and we did do that last game pretty well, and especially that last drive last game. And yeah, that last drive, he really stepped up and helped us win. So what happened last game? Let's start with that.
So the last drive, E-Step found Path a lot. First play they found him, it was like 30 yards downfield, put him in field goal range, and they kept on going back to him, what set up Adam Ray for the game-winning kick.
Yeah, and for any who don't know, last game we played Louisville St. X. Very, very good team. They had a very good roster this year. Lost some of their seniors, but the juniors last year that stepped up as seniors and became leaders, they really stepped up well. Really had Elder fans on the edge of their seats, you know, because we were down going into that last drive. They came off with a touchdown, and then we're like, uh-oh, you know, we got 1 minute and 30 seconds left, and it's like, what are you going to do? And he settles down, takes a deep breath, and he drives down the field like nothing else, and Adam Ray hits the game-winning field goal to finish out the clock, and Panther victory there.
Yeah. Panthers have 5 more games left on the schedule. They're here at St. X Friday, away at Moeller. Not away, but they're at the Nippert Stadium. Next week they take on Riverdale Baptist from Maryland. Then they have Bishop's Retard here at the Pit, and then they end their season here at versus LaSalle.
Yeah, so we got that season going on, but we're going to focus on tonight against St. X. That's a big rivalry, our first GCL game of the year, and that's when we really know what E-Step's going to look like when you face GCL competition. You know, with him only being a sophomore, he hasn't faced GCL, at the varsity level. He played very well for JV last year, but yeah, I mean, that's when he's really got to show up and it's time to shine. And me personally, coming from a school from St. James, every guy from St. James, some of them went to LaSalle, but most of them went to St. X, and I tell you, I don't really like those kids too much. So this will be a very pleasing win if we can win against St. X.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one Friday. But the running game needs to be good. The O-line needs to block so Joey Thaman can keep doing what he's doing this year, running all over the teams.
Mm-hmm. And also, with Maddox Arnold out, our star linebacker, he had the most tackles in the GCL before he was injured. And without him, so we saw this with State Eds. We saw it a little bit last game, but it started to clean up. Defensive line and linebackers kind of lost their touch a little bit. They lost their leader to help them be organized and quickly get to the quarterback and pass rushing and all that stuff. And they really lost that touch. But you know, some people are starting to fill in the linebacker spot, and that's also helping him. But also, he really helped us on third down, or 4th and 1, or 3rd and goal, just trying to get across the goal line, trying to get those few yards because, you know, he was a big guy, Maddox Arnold, and he really helped us get across the line of scrimmage when we needed it, and we lost that. But now we got Derek Uran. He kind of stepped in a little bit, and he definitely showed up last game. And so what do you have on that?
He showed up on both sides of the ball. Last week, he filled in for Maddox in his offensive position. He had 6 attempts, 31 yards, and a touchdown.
That's very impressive, especially isn't it his first time being a running back?
Yep, first
too?
game.
That's super impressive, especially when he's usually coming from the other side of the ball on defense. So let's hope he can continue to do that tonight, because this is a very important game if we want any hope of winning the GCL this year. And we got a lot of young guys. We got quite a few sophomores, including Major Kittles, who has really showed up on the defensive line with a couple sacks and a lot of tackles. And he's been really, really dominant, along with offensive lineman Nick Casero. He has really showed up on the offensive line, making a lot of tackles. I was shooting some video on Friday, and I got quite the pancake, sending this guy in a somersault. And it was the power on that kid is crazy. I had to block him freshman year because I was the second string center. He was the nose guard, and he's like 100 pounds more than me. So you can imagine how that went. And yeah, so it's hopefully he can show up tonight with a lot of big guys coming on the lining up on the line of scrimmage for St. X. So let's hope they can show up tonight. And you got anything else for input here?
The Panthers have dominated this all-time series, leading at 56 wins, 44 losses, and 6 ties. They have really dominated this rivalry.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and let's hope they can continue to dominate, as I think we're going to go ahead and go to an interview here.
Okay, Cam, why do you think the Panthers are conceding this year?
I think one of the biggest factors that is contributing to our success is definitely our team chemistry. I think any of my teammates can agree that this past year has been one heck of a ride on and off the field. Just seeing familiar faces in the hallway that you'll see on the field later that day, it's really something amazing. And, I just think that the way that our team gets along is one of our biggest ways that we beat other teams.
What are the keys to the game to beat the Bombers?
I think one of the biggest keys to beat the Bombers this week would definitely be our offensive line. Coach Ramsey was just talking to us the other day. As we get into GCL play, we're going to have to start running the ball a lot more, not just relying on Caden in the pass game the whole time. We're going to have to get a good move on the defensive line and make sure we get to the second level so we can get some good alleys for our running backs. As to the defensive side, I think stopping the run game would definitely be a big help. Making more stops in the first level rather than the second would definitely give us that extra level of comfort to know that we can beat these guys.
Yep. That's all. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 4th episode. Is this the 5th one?
5th. Would be the 5th, but the 4th one got
4th one did not make it out.
got terminated.
So this is the 4th episode since we did not have one last week. But now we are in week 6, and Elder will be taking on St. Xavier, but from Cincinnati. Big game. But last week, Elder took on Louisville St. X. Took home a W, 17-15, on a last-second kick made by Adam Ray. Peyton, we can start with the defensive side of the ball this time since Cameron's not here. Cameron can't make it. Cameron's got other stuff to deal with. So what do you think about defense?
Defense first half played really good, I thought. We were forcing third downs, got off the field quick, but once that second half hit, we just fell apart. And Coach Radin said during film yesterday that everyone on defense took turns making mistakes, and I agree with him 100%. But other than that, we looked pretty good.
Yeah, I thought maybe we got a little bit comfortable since the offense gave him a lead, but that we can't let that happen. But on the offensive side, it kind of more of the same. We started out the first half, we took the lead, 14-0, and then we didn't score in the second half until that last-second field goal. Great kick by Adam Ray. But, yeah, Derek Uran found the end zone on offense. And also Luke Ross got his first touchdown of the season. Caden Eastep, great little throw to Ross there. And then Derek Uran, I think it was like a 6-yard rush maybe.
Yeah, he had some pretty good gains on offense too at running back.
Yeah, I think that's a really great idea by Coach Ramsey.
100%.
Using, one of the most athletic
Kids on the team.
in the state.
Yeah.
Really. But yeah, a pretty kind of a dogfight last week, wouldn't you say?
It was. Going into that game, defensively looking at it, like reading their offense. We knew that this quarterback could scramble a lot and he could throw whenever. And I think our front really held him, and linebackers played pretty well to contain him, to not be able to throw out.
Especially with, I mean, Maddox and George are out basically for the season now.
Yeah.
And, I mean, Ben McPherson had, I think, another great game.
He looks really good out there.
Yeah.
He looks like he's getting comfortable, and he's playing really well.
Yeah, and another thing, Cooper Sandus had an incredible game. He now leads the GCL in tackles with 39. And still, George Gaduli is still in the top 5. He has 3 tackles. So shout out to George. Even though he hasn't played in 2 weeks, he still has the 3rd most tackles in the GCL. So that's insane. But now, moving on to this week, week 6, we got the Bombers from St. X. St. X, very well-coached team led by quarterback Chase Herbstreit, son of Kirk Herbstreit, offensive lineman Tucker Caddis, and linebacker Kobe Clapper, who is 2nd in the GCL in tackles with 37. Peyton, what do you think is going to happen in this game?
Watching the film yesterday, their offense runs off Chase Herbstreit. Like, if Herbstreit doesn't play well, that whole offense doesn't play well. But if Herbstreit has momentum going, that whole offense has momentum going. As long as we play as good as we did against Louisville St. X, and we're there to contain Herbstreit and we keep him in the pocket and not let him scramble out or get a QB draw for a big gain, we should be fine, and we should play really well.
Yeah, because, I mean, that first play against Moeller last week, that 80-yard touchdown run, something like that.
QB draw just right up the middle.
Yeah, and, I mean, that shows how much – I mean, Herbstreit's made huge jumps over the offseason, and even just this season, he has been playing way better than really anybody expected, kind of.
Oh, yeah.
Especially in the run game. He leads the GCL in rushing yards, 397.
Yeah.
Which is incredible for a quarterback. He's 2nd in passing yards, 732. We want X to throw the ball. They have weapons. Daniel Vollmer, a notable weapon. He's a backup quarterback, but they kind of use him everywhere.
Yeah,
Really
I saw
good,
that.
Very good athlete. But defensively, X is still very good. I mean, you played against Moeller last week, and Moeller has one of the best offenses in the country probably.
Yeah.
Matt Ponatowski is an absolute beast. But, yeah, Kobe Clapper, really the leader of this St. X defense now since Gordy Solfstead got hurt, unfortunately. But Kobe has really stepped up as a junior. He's 2nd in the GCL in tackles. And he was really all over the field. Safety, linebacker, blitzing. So I'm expecting a big game from him.
Yeah.
And that's going to be one of the keys for our offense is getting kind of away from him. But when we do have to go at him, kind of just figuring out ways to deal with him. Because you're not going to shut him down completely.
Yeah.
You're just going to figure out ways to slow him down.
Another thing for our team this week, I think we should come out hungry after the win last week. Last week, to me, I don't think any of us should be satisfied with how we won that game.
Definitely not.
So I think we should come out and just absolutely kill X and go 1-0 in the GCL.
Yeah. Another noticeable point about this game is Elder's currently on a 2-game win streak against St. X. We beat them last year and the year before that. But the year before, 2 years ago, we kind of got our butts kicked.
3 years ago, our freshman year,
we got our butts kicked. But I don't think that's going to happen this season. I think that it will be another dogfight. It's going to be close. Probably going to be a lot of running. I think we might get the occasional throw from Caden. I don't think Herbstreit's going to be really airing the ball out that much this game.
If we can hold him to the run, then you can expect a lot of turnovers from our defense.
Yeah, because I think that's what our defense is best at. Like, our DBs are still like very good in pass coverage, but I think that, especially since Cooper is so, just like wants to be involved in every play, him going down there and helping with the run is so nice. And Joey DeTulio is one of the best tacklers in the league. Just if he gets his hands on you, you're probably going down.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I think that this game should be close. I think it's going to be 28-24 Elder.
I mean, from last year with how that game went in overtime, this year I think we're a lot better team, better disciplined team. I can see us coming out on top. I'd say 35-21.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's going to be a great game. Great. The crowd should be amazing. In the pit, it should be a blackout.
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Rumor has it Kirk Herbstreit's going to be there. Nick Saban might be there. Pat McAfee might be there. So hopefully they will be there.
They're going to come to the pit for an Elder win.
Yeah. And then hopefully the next day we'll get a little shout-out on College Game Day. But, yeah, I think that this should be an incredible game. It's going to be the game of the week. You want to be there.
100%.
You absolutely want to be there on Friday night. But, yeah, that's about all we got. Sorry, Cameron, for all those Cameron fans out there couldn't be here today. But, yeah, we'll see you next week for the Pigskin preview, and then we'll be taking on Moeller. Signing off, I'm Sam Tucker.
I'm Peyton Watson.
See you guys later.
American nights, shaken by dry.
Well, everybody's building them boats. Some are building monuments, others jotting down notes. Everybody's in despair, every girl and boy. But when Queen the Eskimo gets here, why don't you jump the door? Oh, come on now. Come on with him. You'll not see nothing. Come on without. Well, ain't no one like a Jew, just like the rest. You know I like my sugar sweet. Jump accused and making haste, you know it ain't my cup of meat. Everybody's out there feeding pigeons out on a limb. But when a Queen the Eskimo gets here, the pigeon's gonna run to him. Well, come on without, come on within, yeah. Come on without, come on within. Well, that guitar now. Ask me you and cast me all, you know I can recite them all. Tell me where it hurts you, honey, I'll tell you who to call. Nobody can get out and slip, you know there's someone on everybody's toe. When the Eskimo gets here, everybody's gonna wanna do. Oh, come on without, yeah. You'll not see nothing. Whoa. Come on within.
Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Brett McQuillan, alongside here with Eric Mason. Eric, how you doing today, man?
Dude, Brett, I am so excited. We got our first GCL game of the year with Elder versus St. X here in the pit. A little bit of rough weather conditions, but it seemed to clear up a little bit. But yeah, everybody in Cincinnati, and with the crosstown shootout here, everybody is ready here in the pit and in Cincinnati in total for this game.
Yeah, definitely. So we're going to go ahead and break down last week's game for Elder as we won in swinging fashion, I would like to say, off a 20-yard field goal by Adam Ray. What led up to that field goal, though, is what you said down here on my notes, is Caden Eastep and Chris Path. That connection last game, that last drive, was what won us the game completely.
Definitely. Chris Path, 101 yards. That's crazy. He, I think, leads the GCL in passing yards, which is insane. Chris Path has really stepped up in the past couple weeks. We thought this was going to happen in the beginning of the season, before the season even, and now he's really just stepped in with that Path and E-step one-on-one combo there.
Yeah, definitely. Something as you're seeing here today is, St. X isn't much of a passing offense, but their leading wide receiver is Cam Taylor. He's got 235 receiving yards. Pretty sure he's second in GCL in receiving yards. Don't quote me on that, though. He's got about 13.8 yards per catch and 4 touchdowns on the year. He's had a pretty good year, so that's going to be a little bit of the head-to-head matchup between the two.
Yeah, and also, he is currently number 4 in the GCL for passing yards, but with the St. X offense, how it's structured, he's definitely a much greater talent than what the stats show. It's just because St. X is a running offense, and that's why a lot of people favor St. X going into this game, because it's very windy. We got 35-mile-an-hour gusts, even getting up to 40, 50-mile-an-hour gusts. So we're not going to see a lot of throwing the ball down the field like what we saw, especially in that last drive last week by Caden Eastep, and most of the game. So X is really just going to favor running. We probably will see only like a handful of passing, because the wind is just going to completely take over, and we're just going to keep the ball down in the field today.
Yeah, definitely. But, like you said earlier, St. X is definitely a run-first offense, as their quarterback, Chase Herbstreit, is just unbelievable. Chase Herbstreit. His dad's Kirk Herbstreit. But Chase Herbstreit is just an unbelievable player all around. He, as you can see, has 397 rushing yards, and that leads the GCL, along with 732 passing yards, and that's second in GCL, falling short to Matt Pantowski, the quarterback from Moeller. Now, since we were saying this tonight, though, something of keys for this game tonight, as we are going on in this game is to keep Chase Herbstreit in the pocket, as Chase Herbstreit does most of his damage outside the pocket, scrambling around and trying to create things with his legs, exactly like how Ryan Brass did last year for Elder.
I think we just need to keep on pressuring. We need to keep on pressuring the quarterback. We need our defensive line to really step up. We really stepped up last week. We only allowed 54 rushing yards, so we'll really hope that that'll transfer over into this game, because our linebackers, including Ben McPherson, sophomore, he's really stepped up in the spot for Maddox Arnold. He was second string. He completely skipped JV, and now he's up playing the varsity level. And, he held that 54 rushing yards. But also what we saw from last week is we gave up 258 passing yards. Not too big of a deal, because we're not going to see a lot of passing from St. X, but it's still something to caution.
Yeah, definitely. But what we're also seeing tonight, as you were saying, more of a run game tonight. And that's going to work more into the Panthers' favor, as Joey Thaman tonight, he had 140 rushing yards last week against Louisville St. X, so coming off a hot game, and he's first in the GCL overall. So he definitely is going on and coming into a good situation coming into tonight, despite the weather. Now, something else to note, though, as we got a little bit of a head coach interview from Crosstown Sports with Steve Speck, the St. X head coach, and he said the big thing right now is they're a young squad, and they're continuing to grow and improve. Herbstreit's been playing since he was a sophomore year, now he's a senior. He definitely has seen some personal growth as he's come in, and this is kind of like a full circle moment, as his first start here in the pit was a little shaky his sophomore year. The Bombers end up falling to Elder 42-10, but we'll see how he comes out tonight. He's definitely had a better year this year than he did 2 years ago and even last year.
Yeah, he's really stepped into the spot of the quarterback role. He's super fast. I mean, he doesn't show great numbers on the 40, but he's fast enough for being a quarterback. He's super athletic, and he creates plays when plays aren't meant to be created. Like, it looks like a sack's going to happen. He just runs right out of the pocket and somehow gets a first down. And that's probably what we're going to see a lot of. He's just going to outrun a lot of our guys, and hopefully we can just catch up to him.
Yeah, definitely. You know, we also noted that Chase Herbstreit's a running quarterback. Somebody else they have in that Bombers offense, or versatile, I guess you should say, is Daniel Vollmer. Daniel Vollmer is definitely a versatile player. He can play pretty much anywhere. He's played linebacker, he's played running back, he's played quarterback. He can play pretty much anywhere you put him.
Yeah, and I'm sorry to cut you off a little bit there, but basically he's kind of like the Super Mario of the football team.
Yeah.
He's average all around. He does everything. His stats look average, but he's up there. It's just because he plays pretty much every position. And X loves that because they can put him at every single spot. It takes pressure off their wide receivers, takes pressure off of their running back, and he plays a lot of different defensive positions too.
Yeah, definitely. You know, we definitely saw his versatility last year when we played them at St. X, as they brought him into the game, and he put up 231 rushing yards and 2 touchdowns against us. We were not able to stop him as a run game, him as a threat, which is something that we're definitely, St. X is getting ready to pound on that tonight, as they've got a little bit of a chip on their shoulder probably coming in tonight, as they've lost the last 2 meetings between these two teams, and we lead series history overall. Elder leads 56 to 44. So they definitely, are wanting to come in and win this game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and also at home, we are 28-20, and also 4 ties. But mostly we win a lot when we're at home, and it's just that cheering section, that environment that really helps us. Oh yeah, the pit, dude. It's gonna be wild tonight. The pit's gonna be shaking like crazy. It's gonna be an exciting night for the Panthers and the Panther fans, especially the cheering section. But we also like to take the pit in a portable way. We still are up 25-24 in away games, but in the playoffs we're down 3-4.
Yeah, we are down into them in the playoff situation, but something else to note here as we're going to kind of flip this conversation. We're going to go to the defense side of the ball. So something that's not really working in the Panthers' favor is working in the favor of the Bombers as the weather. So this game's going to be a little bit more, like we said, it's going to be a run game we're predicting to do with the weather, with all of the rain and the winds. You said 35-mile-per-hour gust.
Yeah.
And something that you got to know is key players to watch for sure on that St. X defense. It's going to be Kobe Clapper. He's number 1. He's a linebacker. You're going to see him tonight. He's an unbelievable player. He's got 35 D1 offers, including Ohio State, Michigan, and Notre Dame, and a bunch of other big school offers. So something, what I heard in our Panther Pigskin preview from earlier is you're never going to shut him down or erase him. You got to neutralize him. You got to find a way to get around him. There's 11 men on the field. Yes, he's one great player, but there's got to be ways to get around him, which is something the Panthers are going to have to figure out tonight if they want to win this game.
Yeah, and he's definitely stopped offenses from running and, passing a little bit, but mostly running. And that's going to be a real struggle for us because, Caden Estep, he's not a running quarterback. He's meant to stay in the pocket and throw the ball, as he does really well, and he thrives off of that, but we're not really going to be able to see that. So we're just going to try to see what Coach Ramsey has in plan for Estep and seeing if they're really just going to kick it off to Thaman or if they're going to try to have him holding onto the ball.
Yeah, definitely. Something else to know is we're talking about Kobe Clapper, what a great player he is. He's second in the GCL in tackles with 37. He's just an overall great player. But for an injury report, we're going to do an injury report real quick. Big note here tonight is the left tackle from St. X. He's the Kentucky commit. He is going to be questionable tonight. He got a knee injury last week against Moeller. We're not sure if he's going to play tonight. And then, of course, on the other side, of course, Maddox Arnold's out, Braden Boeing is out, and George Gaduli is out.
Yeah.
So, which, the weather doesn't really work in our favor on that part because the secondary of St. X's defense has been struggling a little bit this year as they gave up 4 touchdown passes to Moeller last week just in the first quarter. So, the weather is not on our side as we are definitely looking to harp on that or take advantage of that aspect of their defense, a little bit of the weaker aspect of their defense.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see what Coach Ramsey has going on for tonight and the plan he's got going all around. So, and that's all we got for you today. I'm Brett McQuillan alongside here with Eric Mason. We'll see you guys at halftime. Go Panthers.
And we'll set up the first play. A late start, 7:30 tilt instead of 7 o'clock, but getting the game in, that's the most important thing. And we are able to get this in on a Friday night. So sit back, enjoy. GCL South play begins now. Here's the kick, and it's going to be taken about the 5. It's going to bounce into the end zone, so a nice job by Adam Ray. All day on the job, comfort starts with quality Red Wing footwear. And equally as important is getting a perfect fit. Red Wing Shoes stores offer the ultimate fit experience using advanced computer scanners that takes a 3D image of your feet to calculate the perfect fit. Find great footwear and the ultimate fit at Red Wing Shoes in Florence and in Western Hills. So Chase Herbstreit will be at quarterback, and talking to Coach Ramsey earlier today told me that he's been able to do a much better job in running the ball well.
Well,
so we'll see.
Yeah, he's improved a lot from his first start, which was, or the first time he came in the ball game, which was 2 years ago here at the pit, and he's ready to try to get a W under his belt here.
Vollmer in the backfield for St. X. See if they get a direct snap here. Vollmer is lining up to get a direct snap here. So they line it up. Vollmer to the right, student body right to the 20, 25, 30. He spins out to the 35-yard line. A gain of 15 on first down for Vollmer. Interesting play there.
Well, expect to see a healthy dose of that, especially with the wind. Wind still being a factor, flags blowing all the way. The wind's going to swirl all around the night, and St. X did that a lot with Vollmer last year, just the Wildcat snaps, and Elder's defense had a tough time stopping it last year, but it looks like Herbstreit's going to come back again.
Herbstreit wearing number 7. He is back, and he's got one wide receiver to the right, one to the left, and a 1st and 10 from the 35-yard line. Just underway, 11:35 to go in the first. Herbstreit steps back at his 30, And now the give to the right side, and it's over to across the 40, 45, out to the 50-yard line as Jake Britt also has had a good season so far with 201 yards rushing and 2 touchdowns on the year for Britt.
And Jake Britt's going to be the bell guy back for St. X because they're going to no huddle right here.
1st and 10 at the 50, right at midfield, and Herbstreit gives again to Britt. Britt crosses the 50 to the 45, a gain of 5 on 1st down for Eli Roden. And Sandus making the tackle for the Panthers.
And Len, this was the concern coming in, obviously, with George Goodulli and Maddox Arnold both out in the middle of this Elder defense. It was kind of a patchwork job at the linebacking position, and Elder's going to have to find a way to get some pressure up front, try to mitigate this St. X run game before it becomes a real issue.
Vollmer goes to the sidelines and now comes back in. 10:55 to go in the opening quarter. There is no score. St. X has a 2nd and 5 from the 45. Under center is Herbstreit. Vollmer in the backfield. The give to the right. Vollmer gets it and tackled in the backfield at the 48-yard line again. And that's that guy again, Uran, who's had a tremendous game last week.
And Uran came from the backside, and I kind of talked to Coach Jay Roden pregame, and he said St. X is going to go a lot of unbalanced looks, meaning they're going to put a lot more offensive linemen on one side of the call, and they'll have Derek Uran on the backside just to kind of deter St. X from running backside. Derek Uran was able to chase down Vollmer right there.
3rd and 6 from the 46. They'll set up with 10:20 left here in the opening quarter. Vollmer on the direct snap again. They'll see if this works. They've got one wide to the left side. Vollmer in the backfield for the direct snap on the Wildcat, and now runs to the left side, 45, and there's a flag down at the 46-yard line. This one goes to the 39, but I think it's coming back. I think we've got a hold.
Number 70, Cam Carter, gave Derek Uran a big bear hug, and this one's going to be marching 10 yards back.
Yeah, this is a big penalty on St. Xavier. The Bombers, with 10:04 to go, a 3rd and 6 will turn in to a longer. It'll be 3rd and 16. Portions of tonight's Elder game are sponsored by financial advisors Adam Schuster, Ted Lucian, Matthew Smith, and Jacob Lindsay of the Lucian Schuster Smith team at Morgan Stanley in Cincinnati, offering wealth management planning for their clients. Elder grads Adam Schuster, certified financial planner practitioner, and Jacob Lindsay, financial advisor at Morgan Stanley, currently scheduling wealth management consultations. 513-562-8304. 3rd and 16 from the 44. Vollmer again. They set up. Shotgun setup. It's actually Herbstreit to the right, and Herbstreit throws, and it is incomplete. It was intended for Cam Taylor, and that was no good. So a 4th down coming up, and the Panthers get a stop.
Well, that was the goal for Elder, especially on this opening drive. Remember, the bend don't break defense. They wanted to get St. X behind the chains, and we mentioned Herbstreit's a much improved player from last year, but he's still not as polished a passer as St. X would like. So we want to get him behind the chains, get him to 3rd and long, and Elder's secondary is going to hold up long enough. They did right there.
Trenton Maxson will be kicking it away. He's back at his 30-yard line. Sandus will be at the 20, actually right in front. He'll step up about the 23-yard line. Panthers looking to get good field position here. We'll see. Maxim at his 30, and he kicks it off to the right side. It's going to be a short kick. Bounces at the 30 and out of bounds. So Panthers will have the ball 1st and 10 around the 30-yard line, and see what there's been a lot of talk on the field.
Well, and Derek Uran looks like he's going to get flagged for roughing the kicker, but he got thrown into the kicker by an offensive lineman. I don't understand how you can call that penalty. That's brutal, and Coach Ramsey's incensed, and I don't blame him.
Yeah, he did. He got thrown into the kicker, and Ramsey is really not happy.
Man,
he's giving him the business.
Len, we've seen some bad officiating past couple weeks. This one might take the cake. That's a really bad call.
Yeah, that's something that I don't think they paid attention to what happened before. They only saw the end of it. That's unfortunately, that's what they're seeing. So that's going to give St. Xavier a 1st down.
Wow, that's a complete bailout right there for St. X.
So let's see, is it enough for a first? Yeah, they're going to mark it at the 41-yard line. So the offense comes back on the field for St. Xavier. So a bad break for the Panthers. Thought that was going to be the 30-yard line. The Panthers will have it, but the punt, a running into the kicker penalty, and now it's a 1st and 10 at the 41, going from right to left with 2 wide receivers to the right side. And setting up is Vollmer. He gets the direct snap inside the 40, but not much more than that. Panthers do a good job, and they got an extra when he was down, and then he got him to move a little bit. Are they going to give him the spot of the football? They don't. Right now, no, they're going to mark it right at the 39-yard line.
Len, this is just brutal officiating to start this opening drive. And St. X, we mentioned, kind of got bailed out. 2 officials 2 yards apart on their
Yeah.
spot. The refs are going to have to clean this up real fast.
Yeah, well, at least they didn't mark it at the 35, which they could have done too. It's a 2nd and 8 at the 39. One wide receiver off to the right side. That is Alex Walker. One wide receiver to the left side. They go under center is Herbstreit. And now he gives it, it's the right side, and it's a run across the 35-yard line for Jake Britt. And Britt and the Panthers, Hutchinson got in on that as well. So 3rd and 4. They'll mark it at the 35-yard line. Panthers trying to get a stop here after they thought they had the ball and were on. They stopped them on a 4th down. But a running into the kicker allows St. Xavier, the Bombers, to get another life here. 3rd and 4 at the 35 with 8:15 to go in the opening quarter. Still no score. One wide left, one wide right. Herbstreit going to give it to Vollmer. Vollmer going to go up the middle, and Vollmer gets too close to the 30-yard line. And I think that's going to be enough. Let's see. It's right at the sticks for Vollmer, and that will be as a first down. So right at the sticks. And now a first down at the 31-yard line for the Bombers.
Coach Ramsey still yelling at the back judge. He's just, I mean, you can't blame him. You take an offensive possession right out of Elder's hands, and that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. The Elders going to have to fight their way back, try to get another stop. This defensive line's been playing well so far.
1st and 10 at the 31-yard line. 7:42 left in the opening quarter. One wide left, one wide right. In the backfield is Britt. Under center is Herbstreit. And he fakes to Britt, rolls to his right. He's got plenty of time. Now here comes the blitz, and they throw it in, and incomplete. Finally out of bounds. So good defense by the Panthers as Matthew Golinar got in there.
That's what Elder's front seven's really going to try to do all night long. Get to Herbstreit, trying to rush his progression up, try to make him make mistakes. And right there, he had a couple receivers open, just missed them, and he wasn't able to kind of go through all of his progressions. Elder was in his face really quick, and defense looks like they're up to the task so far.
7:29 left, opening quarter. 2nd and 10 for the Bombers at the 31-yard line of Elder. No score here in the opening quarter. A running into the kicker penalty gave the Bombers new life. Panthers thought they had the football. 3 wide receivers with trips to the right, 1 to the left. And it's going to be Herbstreit now looking, steps back at his 40, now runs across the 35 to the 33-yard line, and he's stacked up by the Panthers. Derek Uran is in there, and that was big play.
And it's so good to see Derek Uran take the step that Elder needed him to take. Obviously, we mentioned 2 captain seniors down on the defensive side of the ball, and Derek Uran knew what he had to do to step up for this Elder defense. He's been quite the leader with their absence.
3rd and 12 from the 33-yard line. 7 minutes and counting left here in the opening quarter. First drive of the game has been a continuance for the Bombers. Panthers looking to get a stop here on a 3rd and 12. It's probably 2 down territory in this spot, although the kicker was kicking them pretty well in practice from this distance. So 3rd and 12 from the 33. Looking as Herbstreit's got time, but now he's going to run it. Not much doing there. Gets to the 31-yard line. Panthers do a good job. Major Kittles with the stop.
And Major Kittles has been such a revelation for this Elder defense. Only a sophomore. He has a ton of room to grow. He's going to be a really talented ball player in the future. And Len, we mentioned, what's the decision going to be for X? Looks like they're going to keep their offense on the field.
Yeah, I would think so here with a 4th and 9 at the 30-yard line. But the Panthers can do, bend but don't break on this situation. You can't afford them to get a first down here.
Well, it actually might be advantageous for Elder. If they get a stop here, they'll actually have better field position than they would have with the punt.
Yeah, they had the ball was at the 30 in the last thing. It's a 4th and 9 at the Elder 30 with 5:54 left in the opening quarter. 3 wide receivers off to the right and trips. 1 to the left. Setting up is Herbstreit. Herbstreit backing up at the 42. The throw down the field, incomplete. Oh man, knocked away and almost caught. Panthers did a good job as Corey Selly knocked it away, but almost knocked it into an X hands, but it'll be Elder football after that.
Wow, and Corey Selly, you mentioned the play he made on the ball right there. Laid out full extension, and you're right, he almost tipped it right into the waiting arms of Benjamin Soloria, but just out of his reach. And Elder, what a job by the defense. Pretty much got 2 stops on that opening drive. Now, see what the offense can do.
Yeah, 1st and 10 at the 30-yard line for the Panthers. 5:39 left here in the opening quarter. First possession for the Panthers. E-Step will set up with Thaman to his left side. They've got Uran to the right side, one wide to the left and one wide to the right. Stepping back at the 25-yard line, the give is to Thaman, no fake, and now to give to Uran, the throw, 35, 40, 45, 50 down the sidelines. Uran, 30, 25, and he's down to the 16-yard line.
I mean, you just see the breakaway track speed out of Derek Uran right there. And what Elder calls that is they call it flood. And it was a concept we mentioned early in the season. Peyton brought it over from his Indiana days. Now that he's kind of stepping the offensive coordinator role, ran it with Derek Uran. You get him to the outside, and there's not a lot of guys that can keep up with him in the state.
They're going to say it got to the 14-yard line, so a great gain on the play for the Panthers. That was 56 yards. Thank you to Tiffany Seiler on that one. Officially 56 yards on the run on the pass catch by pass catch, that is. Easy for me to say. Too wide to the right side. Shotgun setup for Estep. The look to the right, the throw to the right is complete. He's got room, and it's Paff in the end zone for a touchdown. Panthers lead 6-0 pending.
Well, that's the RPO game for Elder right there. Run a fade concept. The inside guy has an out, outside guy has a runoff, and the corner just followed the runoff all the way in. And Christopher Paff had nobody in his way, was able to just trounce into the end zone at his own speed. And wow, what an opening drive for Elder. 2 plays and a touchdown, and that could not have gone better after the defense got a big-time stop.
Big-time stop, and again, after that running into the kicker penalty, you thought it was going to go a lot worse than that. Panthers looking to take a 7-0 lead here. Thaman will hold it for Ray. This is the exact same spot of the field where he kicked the game winner, and the kick is up, and it is good. So with 4:53 remaining in quarter number 1, it's Elder 7 and the Bombers nothing. We'll take a timeout on the Prep Sports Radio Network. Get a 2-play, 70-yard drive, and then Paff catches from Estep. That was a 14-yard touchdown pass. Easy 2-play drive. Well,
unbelievable drive out of Elder, and really the concern first couple weeks was the lack of big plays, and you saw it at the end of the Louisville St. Xavier game last week, and now the first couple plays of this game, and Elder just 2 big plays, and offense is dealing. See if the defense can do what they did, replicate their performance from the first drive.
4:53 left in the opening quarter, and it's the second kick. This time will bounce at the 10 and bounce into the end zone. Vollmer decides not to take it. Just a 2-hour drive away is the beautiful Kentucky Red River Gorge, and visit Red River Gorge Cabin Rentals to plan your perfect getaway. Red River Gorge Cabin Rentals has almost every imaginable accommodations, cabins, campgrounds, a resort lodge, and much more. Visit RedRiverGorgeCabinRentals.com. 4:53 remaining here in this first quarter. The Elder Panthers, rather, with a 7-0 lead. No score for St. Xavier. They had their first drive extended with the running into the kicker, and they still could not score. Herbstreit will line up now in the shotgun. He goes to the right side. He's got Britt and one wide to the right. Now it's going to be Vollmer on the pitch to the right across the 20. He's out to the 25, to the 30, and he's into around the 35-yard line. A gain of 15 on that.
Well, I was down on the field pregame, just able to get a closer look at Daniel Vollmer. He is just a big body, just tough runner. And he's going to be likely the future of St. X football at the quarterback position. But they have him kind of as a Matthew Luby type role where he's just going to be a runner, and he does it really well.
Checking the Caldwell Banker scoreboard update. Oak Hills with a 13-0 lead over Sycamore. Lakota West on top of Colerain, 7-0, and it's 7-0 here. Elder over St. Xavier. 4:27 left here in quarter number 1. On a 1st and 10 at the 35, Vollmer goes in motion to the right. And now the pitch to the right, it's going to be Britt, and he goes to the 35, and he's out to about the 37-yard line. And just a little bit of movement there. Sorry.
Looks like this one's coming back. It's going to be a hold on St. X. And right now, Elder's just the more disciplined team, doing everything they have to do to succeed right now. And the defense just all over this St. X offense.
Another Carlos Banker scoreboard update, an upset alert. It's Hamilton 21 and Princeton nothing.
Wow.
Yeah, to even the score on your next real estate transaction, go to cbhomes.com. 4:10 remaining. And the clock continues to run. It'll be 1st and 20 this time for the Bombers. Under center is Herbstreit. And now the give to Britt. Britt going to go across the 30, 35, 40 with a burst of speed to be finally tackled at about the 47-yard line. And it was Sandus finally getting him and getting the tackle.
Well, Jake Britt says, I see your 10-yard penalty, I'll raise you a 22-yard run. Doesn't care about the penalty yards, gets it all back and then some, and it's a first down for St. X. Really nice run by Jake Britt.
He's been able to do it all year and now continues to do it with a 1st and 10. The ball will be spotted at the 47-yard line, right near the Elder Panther logo here at the pit. 3:40 and counting in the first. One wide to the right, one to the left. They've got Britt in the backfield. Under center is Herbstreit. Herbstreit looking, giving it now to Britt. Britt across the 45, the 50, and now he's down inside the 45 of Elder at the 44, where he finally get him down.
And you're able to see St. X's counter game. They're able to get their pullers from the backside on the offensive line and a fullback in front. And that's easy yards for Jake Britt right there. Elder just didn't have the look to stop it.
And now it's a 2nd and 2. The ball will be spotted at the 45-yard line. 3 minutes and 5 seconds remaining here in quarter number 1. The Panthers with a 7-0 lead. One wide to the right, one to the left side. Britt in the backfield to give to Britt to the right. And he's tackled immediately right around the 44-yard line. The Panthers get in there and did a nice job getting in. And that was Alex Dugan.
Well, and that's why the 22-yard run by Britt after the penalty is going to hurt the Panthers so much in that situation, because that's what they're looking for. They're looking for penalties to get St. X behind the sticks, and that's how you're going to get your majority of your stops today.
3rd and 1 from the 44-yard line. 2:25 remaining now in the first quarter. 7-0 Elder. Under center is Herbstreit. One wide to the right, one to the left. And now it's a give again. It's going to be Britt. Britt gets a block, gets inside the 40 to the 37-yard line. And that should be enough for a first down for St. Xavier.
And this is going to be one of the biggest offensive lines that Elder's going to see all year long. Big left tackle Tucker Caddis, 6'5", 305, committed to Kentucky, and he is a load to try to get in front of and stop the already really good back in Jake Britt. And Elder's defensive line is going to have to step up to the challenge.
We'll go to the Caldwell Banker scoreboard update just after this. 1st and 10 at the 38-yard line. One wide receiver to the right. Setting up under center is Herbstreit. He's got Britt in the backfield, the lone to the right, and now inside the 40 to the 36-yard line, a gain of about 2 there. Looking at the scoreboard, we've got an update. Moeller is leading LaSalle 7-0. We talked about Oak Hills. They're up 13-0 over Sycamore. It's Lakota West 7-0 over Colerain, and Hamilton 21 and Princeton nothing. To even the score on your next real estate transaction, go to cbhomes.com. A minute 23 left in the first quarter. It is a 2nd down and 7 for the Bombers, going from right to left at the 36. Elder with a 7-0 lead in the early going. Shotgun setup. It's going to be Vollmer, gets the direct snap. He goes to the left side, and he's tackled immediately. It's Derek Uran. Got him at the 35. He sniffed it out.
And a really nice play by Uran. You're going to see 2 different types of runs for this St. X offense. They're going to have power, they're going to have zone. Difference between is power, they're going to come right at you, try to just out-muscle you, and zone, they're going to try to outspeed you to the edges. That time they went power. Elders had trouble stopping it all game, but Derek Uran, again, steps up big.
So now with 45 seconds in the first quarter, pretty fast-paced first quarter, in a game we weren't sure was going to get in, but I'll tell you, not bad, knock wood right now. Might see a little drops here and there, but other than that, it's a 2nd down and 7 at the 35 with 30 seconds remaining in the quarter. 2 wide right, 1 to the left. Shotgun setup for Herbstreit, steps at the 40, going to run it, 35, spins to the 30, and now at the 25-yard line where he's taken down by Goldenar, and that will be a penalty. It's coming back.
Looks like another hold on this St. X offensive line, and Elder kind of to be expected with how fast Elder is up front. That's why they kind of went for the quick nose tackle this year. They're so quick up front that they're able to get by this St. X big offensive line that there's no other thing they can do than hold.
Yeah, it'll be 21 seconds remaining here in the first quarter. It'll be a 2nd and 17 back at the 45-yard line for the Bombers.
Be interested to see if they just take this to the quarter, if they're going to try to run another play.
Well, the clock continues to run. I think you might be right. They might take this to the end of the quarter, but down to 8 seconds. Let's see if they snap it at all. 5 seconds. Vollmer's not even lined up. And down to 3, 2, 1, and that is it. That is the end of the first quarter of play with the score, the Elder Panthers 7 and the St. Xavier Bombers nothing. We'll take a timeout on the Prep Sports Radio Network.
To drink away their gloom. He sat me down and so began.
I think the thing that set Elder apart for me was the family feel of Elder. I really felt like I belonged there. I knew I wanted to do a lot of things. I knew Elder would give me the opportunities to do that. Right away, I wanted to try to get involved in as many things as I could. Played freshman football right off the bat, ended up playing volleyball in the spring of my freshman year. I got involved with student council and mock trial and took band all 4 years. I was doing National Honor Society by the time I was a junior and senior. So I think like from the early on, I knew I wanted to get involved, and it was just a matter of what are these things that interest me. And I think the longer you're at Elder, the more you learn about those things, because it's overwhelming at first because there's so many opportunities that you have. Being able to kind of get settled and figure things out as you go, I think that was good for me to be able to figure out, oh, these are actually the things I want to do. These are the things I want to get involved in.
The blitz, and they look and get him out as he was throwing it. Nice job by Alex Dugan. Got his legs from under him and wasn't able to get a good throw on that, and it was incomplete.
Wow, thank goodness Dugan was there, because he had a wide open Cam Taylor that if he would have been able to set his feet and throw, it would have been a first down and likely could have been a touchdown, as he had nobody down that left sideline. But a really nice play by Dugan, and Elder's defense able to get off the field again.
Trent Maxim will be kicking off. I'm trying to punt this one away. The last time he punted, he was run into. And now the punt, he's at his 45. And this one's going to bounce at the 25. Inside the 10, it lets it bounce and around the 7-yard line. So the Panthers will take over 1st and 10 from there. The Underground Sports Shop provides the Prep Sports Radio Network with our great-looking shirts, jackets, pullovers, and hats, and they can make your business organization look professional as well. The Underground Sports Shop and owner Sean Mason supports this broadcast and Elder football. That's 513-751-1662. That's the Underground Sports Shop. 11:44 left in the second quarter. So far, a good start on defense for the Panthers, and they've had one possession successfully on offense. And we'll set up a 1st and 10 at their own 9. It's E-step, shotgun setup. And now the give across is to Thaman, and Thaman's not going to get much. He's not going to get back to the line of scrimmage if he does. Might have lost a yard on that one.
And that's what Elder tried to go outside zone there with Joey Thaman. And that's the one where had so many tackles out there for St. X. That's the one you just hope he just plunges forward, tried to get back to the line of scrimmage, cut your losses.
It's a 2nd and 13. Actually, they're going to mark it 2nd and 12 from the 7-yard line for the Panthers. 11:18 and counting here in the second quarter. 7-0 Elder with the lead, and they have their second possession of the game. The Bombers have failed to score in each of their first 2 possessions in this one. Panthers will line up, setting up now. It'll be a 2nd and 12 from the 7. E-step back at the 2, and now gives it. Setting up his Thaman. He gets a little bit better run this time. And Thaman gets to about the 14-yard line. Let's see where they finally mark it.
Well, you saw Elder go back to the RPO game right there. That's going to have to be a mainstay of Elder's offensive game plan tonight. Unfortunately, 3rd and medium, they're not probably going to be able to reach in that bag again. Have to go probably do a drop back pass here and have Caden E-step make a play.
Just an update on the Call of Bankers scoreboard. It's now 28-0 Hamilton.
That's shocking.
Crazy.
That's a shocking score right there.
So it's a 3rd and 6 for the Panthers at their own 13-yard line. 10:15 to go here in the second. Too wide to the right. And E-step now. They go Thaman in motion. E-step looks, and now he's going to run it to the right and tries to get across the 15 and does to about the 16-yard line, a gain of 3. But it'll be 4th down coming up for the Panthers.
And Elder's been able to kill St. X in the past with that quarterback draw. Remember the 2019 playoff game? Matthew Luby ended it on a quarterback draw. Wasn't able to get much there. Yeah, that was quite the play.
4th and 2 from the 17-yard line. The Panthers will punt it away. Adam Ray setting up back is... It's McCauley will set it, and he gets it at the 49. He's going to run it back. And he gets past the 50, and they're going to move him backwards. So the Panthers do a nice job on special teams. And that was Will Postal making the tackle.
Will Postal, another Vizzy kid, grew up with. Good play right there on the punt team for Elder right there. And Elder's defense, again, another big task ahead of them. 48-yard short field for St. X. If they're able to get another stop, that'd be huge before half.
Your health has always been a top priority at Mercy Health. Look for our student athletes. They don't have to go far to see that in action. Athletic trainer Jeffrey Fitz is always close by to help provide personal care for our Panthers. And team physician Dr. Matt Bosom is just a phone call away for all your sports medicine needs. Thank you for all you do to keep our Panther student athletes healthy. Mercy Health is a proud sponsor of high school sports here on the Prep Sports Radio Network. 9:29 left in the second. 1st and 10 for the Bombers at the Elder 48. Now looking is Herbstreit. Looks to the left, looking to the left, still with it to the left down the sideline. Sandus might get this one, but no, it's overthrown and around. It looked like it was either going to be Sandus to get it or it was overthrown. There was no other chance, but good job by Sandus there on the left sideline.
And a really nice play by, as you mentioned, Cooper Sandus, trying to be able to time up his jump well. Cam Taylor really mistimed his jump on the jump ball from the receiver position, so Elder very lucky to avoid a big play for St. X right there. 2nd
and 10, the ball spotted at the 48-yard line with 9:20 to go here in the second. 7-0 Elder on top. If you're just joining us, we started a little late today because of the weather. 7:30 start. 2 wide receivers to the right. In the backfield is Britt. Jake Britt in the backfield, and Herbstreit under center. They give to Britt to the left, crosses the 50, and nothing doing. Right there, Panthers again making sure that he didn't get anything.
And I'm not sure really why St. X is opting to go for this more zone runs. They just don't have as much speed as Elder has up front. They'd be much better suited if they just tried to go line up power and just try to run it down to Elder's throat right now. But Elder, again, another 3rd and long. If you're able to get off the field here, choose some clock, you get ball after half as well.
Golinar made the tackle there, and he has a lot of speed. So it's a 3rd and 14 coming up for the Bombers. They're now at their own 48. 7-0 Elder on top. 1 wide receiver off to the right side. It's Cam Taylor. 2 wide to the left. Set up now for Herbstreit. Herbstreit steps back at the 41. Looking to throw. He's got nobody to throw to. Still with it. Rolls to his right now. And now still with it to the left. And he's going to take it 40, 45. And he's out to midfield. And he steps into Elder territory at the 44-yard line. Herbstreit ran about 30 yards to get about 7.
And I'm not sure how that's, I mean, you heard the coaches up here as well complaining how that's not a crackback block on one of the Hutchinson twins, as Tucker Caddish just blindsided him outside of the pocket. But no call from the referees. Looks like St. X is going to line up and go.
4th and 6. The ball spotted at the Elder Panther 44 with 8.5 remaining here in the second. 7-0 Elder. They'll line up with Vollmer. Will get a direct snap here. 2 wide to the right side. They got Walker and Taylor. Or Taylor and Walker.
Could see a pooch kick here.
And now at a 4th and 6 at the 44. Vollmer is going to pooch it. And he kicks it straight up in the air. They got to get out of the way. It's going to bounce and take a St. Xavier bounce inside the 30 to the 26-yard line. So the Panthers will get it after that pooch kick.
And a really nice job by Elder's defense to hold strong once again. I really would have thought it would be a really gutsy call from St. X right there if they were going to go for it. Just an advantageously bad kick from the Bombers right there. And Elder's offense gets to go to work again. I want to see them lean more into the RPO game, try to methodically work their way down the field, try to burn up as much clock as you can.
Yeah, Panthers will have it at the 29. Cooper Electric is proud to support Elder football. Reliable service, prompt, Quality service is the hallmark of Cooper Electric's business. Upgrading your electrical service for your home or your business is easy with Cooper Electric. Cooper Electric at 513-271-5000. Elder with a 7-0 lead. They have the ball 1st and 10 at their own 29-yard line. 8 minutes and 2 seconds remaining here in the second quarter. Setting up his E-step. He's got Uran in motion. The fake to him, and E-step's going to throw it down the field, and it is incomplete. It was intended for number 31 of the Panthers. Doing a good job was Jimmer Willig, but was a little overthrown.
Yeah, and a kind of a ill-advised throw for E-step right there. Really shouldn't have, probably should have either tried to scramble out of the pocket and throw that thing away. That was a dangerous throw. Could have been an interception for St. X, but Elder retains possession. They'll try to get something going here on 2nd down.
Set up now with 7:56 remaining here in quarter number 2. 7-0 Elder with the lead. A 2nd down and 10 at their own 29-yard line for the Panthers. Been an entertaining one here to start it off, and we'll get to your station ID in a second. 2nd down and 10 at the 29 with 7:56 remaining. Shotgun setup for E-step, 3 wide to the left side. They go Thaman in motion. The give is to Trenton Meyer. Then Meyer is going to cross the 40 to the 41-yard line. A nice run, and that should be enough for an Elder Panther 1st down. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Prep Sports Radio Network. Meyer gets the 1st down. It's a 1st and 10 at the 41 with 7:28 left here in the second. 7-0 Elder. He steps shotgun and now looks to the right, pitches it to the right to Thaman. Thaman across the 35 to the 40, 45, and he's tackled at about the 46-yard line. A rough gain, a gain of about 5. And St. Xavier had an issue there with losing a helmet. Fassbender lost his helmet.
Well, that's what you're going to see out of Elder. St. X runs a 30-stack defense. That means 3 down defensive linemen, 3 linebackers in the back end. And if you're able to get out to the edge, you're going to have a lot of success against the St. X defense because they're very vulnerable once you get to the edges.
2nd and 4 from the 47-yard line of St. Xavier. 7-0 Elder with the lead. Getting into St. X territory. E-step empty backfield. Now gets set up. E-step steps back, and he goes across to the 45, going to run it, and not much doing. He's going to lose about 2 yards on that. Trying to get something going, but it didn't look like he had any blockers up front.
Don't hate that decision at all by Caden E-step just to eat as many yards as he's going to lose. Only a loss about 1 right there, and you can see he waited in the backfield forever for a hole to open up. Just didn't, and that's going to happen sometimes against a really good defensive line for St. Xavier.
3rd and 5 from the 46-yard line. 6:10 remaining here in the second. Elder with the lead, 7-0. Meyer and Thaman come back in along with Cam Jacobs. Going to set up. He's been doing a lot of, not only been Cameron James rather, been doing a lot more, even at tight end now. Meyer lines up as a wide receiver. They've got 2 now to the right. Setting up, E-step throws, it's complete. And across the 50 to the 45, and then to about the 42-yard line is Luke Ross making the catch for the Panthers.
I'm not sure who they're going to get the flag on here, but might be a
see if this comes back.
Roughing the passer. How about that? Nice.
So St. Xavier didn't like that call, but the Panthers get a break, their first one of the game after a couple of calls went against them.
And what a really nice play by Luke Ross. He knew where the sticks were. He was able to fight up, put his foot in the ground, just get as many yards as possible. And St. X brought a lot of pressure there. 4-star safety kind of hybrid guy, Kobe Clapper, was coming in hot on that blitz, and E-step was able to deliver it on time, on target to one of his favorite targets, and Luke Ross.
1st and 10 at the 27-yard line for the Panthers. They've got a 7-0 lead, 5:40 remaining in the second, and Ross will line up as a wide receiver to the right along with Paff. They'll set up, and they've got Thaman now to the left side. E-step is going to give it to Thaman to the right, going to run it wide to the right. He's out to about the 26-yard line, and a gain of maybe a yard for the Panthers on that one. We'll go to the Caldwell Banker scoreboard update. We've got Oak Hills with a 26-0 lead over Sycamore. Muller now 14-0 over LaSalle. We talked about Hamilton. They lead at 28-0 over Princeton. That's your Caldwell Banker scoreboard update. 5 minutes and 8 seconds remaining in this one, 7-0 Panthers.
And who'd have thought Elder's really run game threat has come through the middle? We would have expected to get it the outside, but St. X has so much speed out there. Elder's going to have to opt to get their yards through the middle of the field.
Cam James is going to line in a block here, and they'll set up with E-Step with 2 wide to the right, 2 to the left. E-Step steps back at the 32. The throw, it is intercepted. Going to go the other way now. 30-yard line, 40, 45, 50. Spitting to the 40, 35, still with it to the 27-yard line. And Lucas Bishop returns the interception. That's a big play.
Well, you just felt all the air in the stadium just come out of Elder. And, wow, that's, like you mentioned, a big play. Just bad overthrow from Caden Eastep. One of the first real mistakes we've seen from him all year long. He's been very accurate in the pocket, very composed, and got sped up right there and made a really costly mistake.
That's huge because that was a situation where you're going to get points. You're going to shut down St. Xavier. Now the Bombers can get something right here with 4.5 left. Now the Panthers do get the ball first in the second half, but this is a situation where you could have went to the locker room maybe up and with shutting out the Bombers. Now you got to stand again on defense. 1st and 10 from the Elder 27. 1 wide to the left and 1 to the right. In the backfield is Britt. Under center is Herbstreit, the quarterback. And now he fakes it, looks to throw. He's got protection, throws it to the left side. It's caught at the 18-yard line, and that was every bit of a tough catch for Strayhorn.
And Strayhorn made a really nice play, as you mentioned, to make a catch right there, and just a really bad throw by Chase Herbstreit, who could have had a touchdown if he had him hit him in the middle of the field, but Elder caught a little bit of a break right there.
Well, it's still 2nd and 1. It'll be from the 18-yard line of Elder. 7-0 Panthers, but after the interception, now St. Xavier's got a chance at getting some points here. 1 wide to the left, 1 to the right. Under center is Herbstreit. The give is Vollmer. Vollmer is going to spin to the 15. Now he steps at about the 13-yard line. Tickets to concerts, sports, all events, locally owned and operated. Authentic tickets, secure checkout, email confirmation, and delivery. TicketJungle.com. Riverbend, Aronoff, Heritage Bank. Any venue, local, regional, or nationwide. Bengals, Bearcats, Buckeyes, Fighting Irish, all professional and college sports. TicketJungle.com, the fans' ultimate source for tickets. TicketJungle.com, proud supporter of the Prep Sports Radio Network. 1st and 10 at the 13 now for the Bombers. Herbstreit under center. The give to Britt. Britt's going to run to the right. He spins to the 5 and still with it to about the 3-yard line. Now about the 2. That was about 11 yards on 1st down there.
And St. X got all the momentum in the world right now. And Len, you mentioned it's going to be a 10, potentially 14-point shift right there just from that interception. And a very costly mistake for Elder, and hopefully they have enough time to get the ball back and score before half.
Yeah, Lucas Bishop with the big interception and the big return all the way down. And now it's a 1st and goal at the 2-yard line for the Bombers. 7-0 Elder, but 3 minutes remaining in this one in the second. 1 wide to the right, Herbstreit under center. He's got Vollmer in the backfield. The give to Vollmer up the middle. He's met, but he brings everybody with him into the end zone for the touchdown.
And that was about as easy as it gets for St. X right there. Give it to their big back in Vollmer and told him to just go get a yard. And he did right there. And St. X sideline feeling it right now.
One of the things they talked about in the pregame show was no turnovers for the Panthers. And right away, the first turnover, and we have the first points for the St. Xavier Bombers. And they are 1 point away from Maxim getting this, and the kick is up. And this one is good. So with 2:52 left here in the second quarter, we are all tied up at 7. We'll take a timeout on the Prep Sports Radio Network.
Sweet dreams, baby. Sweet dreams, baby. Sweet dreams, baby. How long was I dreaming? Dream, baby, got me dreaming sweet dreams the whole day through. Dream, baby, got me dreaming sweet dreams, night times too. I love you and I'm thinking of you.
To the pit, Len Harvey along with Will Summers, and that was a big interception by Lucas. He did a good job getting Lucas Bishop did, and then a four-play 27-yard drive for the Bombers. Vollmer goes in from 2 yards out. We are tied at 7. And now the Panthers will get the football with 2:52 remaining here in the second quarter. They had a chance. They were up 7-0 with the ball at the 20-yard line, and they wound up with a big interception.
That's one of the things you're going to have to learn as a sophomore quarterback. He's going to have his growing pains, and it was to be expected, especially in a GCL game, but just got to settle down. He's got plenty of time to make throws.
And now kicking off, it's going to be a shorter kick, and Sanders takes it at about the 15 to the 20, and he spins. It's actually Paff at the 25-yard line. So the Panthers will have it at their own 25 with 2:46 left here in the second. 7-7's your score. Guys, mark your calendars for the 10th annual Catholic Men's Eucharistic Procession on Saturday, October the 19th. The day begins with an 8 a.m. Mass at St. Peter and James Cathedral, followed by a 2-mile procession through downtown. It concludes with an 11 a.m. benediction at Old St. Mary's Church. For more information, contact David Willick at 513-305-6719. That's 513-305-6719. 2:46 remaining. Panthers have a 1st and 10 at their own 26. 2 wide to the right now, 3 to the right. And now it's going to be Estep, and he is tackled immediately in the backfield by Kobe Clapper.
You mentioned the speed of Kobe Clapper off that edge. He's one of the most talented players on this St. X squad. Only a junior, and the sky's the limit for that guy. He has a bunch of offers already, including some of the top programs in the country. And Elder's going to have to find a way to mitigate him, or this is going to be a long second half.
Yeah, and it's big momentum change. You see just everything. The air is out of the sails for the Panthers. 7-7's your score, so they just need to have a nice drive here and see what they can get. But now it's a 2nd and 14 at the 22. Trenton Meyer in the backfield with Estep. 2 wide, make that 3 now with trips to the right. Now the give to the right, it's going to be Meyer. Meyer spins across the 25 to about the 29-yard line. A gain of 7. It'll be 3rd down and somewhat more manageable. Clapper came up and make the stop.
That's a really nice run. 2 really nice runs by Trenton Meyer right there. Give Elder a chance on these 3rd downs, and St. X going to burn one of their first timeouts, try to get the ball back before half. A score for St. X would do wonders. As we mentioned, Elder gets the ball coming out in the second half, so St. X able to go in front would boost their chances significantly.
With a minute 57 remaining, we are tied at 7. It's never too early to book your holiday party at the Farm. Their great service, delicious menu, and convenient location at 239 Anderson Ferry with Ample Party makes an easy choice. Ample Party. You can contact Dan Elsesser at 922-7020 or check them out on the web at theplacetoparty.com. Placetoparty.com at the Farm. Minute 57 left here in the second quarter. We are tied at 7. Panthers need a first down here.
Need one.
You cannot give the ball back to X here on this side of the ball, because if you do get a bad punt and they get it in, you're going to really have to boom it. So let's see what they go with here. I wonder if they'll put Uran in here, but I don't see him out there. So they've got 1 wide, make that 2 to the right, 1 to the left side. They go in motion, and now the throw is complete to Meyer, and he gets across to around the 34-yard line, but that'll be 4th down coming up for the Panthers.
It's decision time now for Elder. It looks like Steve Speck's going to burn his second, and this is close enough that you could go for it, but it would be taking a big-time risk.
It's a huge risk. You got to punt this one away. I don't think he's even considering going for it here, but you never know. It's 4th and 1, so they gave him a pretty good spot on that. It looked like he was a little short of that.
Now, the odds of picking this up are decently high for Elder right now, but you look at the downsides of this and see if that outweighs getting a first down here. But Elder, a first down pickup here would do wonders.
Here's the thing. You get the ball first in the second half, right? So I think what they're, in this case, they might not go for it, but, because of that. But at the same token, Doug Draden's been here a long time and won a lot of games without listening to us.
Exactly.
So I think he's going to do whatever he thinks is right. And if he thinks Derek Uran or anybody else can get a yard, he's got to trust his players.
We'll see what the play call is. If they do, it looks like they're going to keep the offense on the field. At least that's the look in the huddle. We'll see if
I wonder if they try a pooch kick. Yeah, if they do that. Although Estep has got a little bit big of a leg, he's got an issue.
So no Derek Uran. It looks like he's going to come off on the sideline, but Elder sending the offense out. It could be a situation where they're just trying to goat St. X into jumping off sides before calling a timeout. That could be a possibility as well.
See if they've got some additional big bodies up there, but it's a 4th and 1 at the 35-yard line. He sets up, see if they try to draw him offside here. The 4th and 1 at the 35, they go in motion to the right. They've got 2 wide receivers to the right. And now they call a timeout. So I just think they were just trying to see if he had a chance at a play. Now they're just going to probably punt this football away. When it comes to heating and cooling system, you seldom think about it until there's a problem. And if there is, that's when you need to contact Schmidt Heating and Air, which are celebrating 70 years of service. From basic maintenance to major repairs, contact Schmidt Heating and Air, 531-6900. Regardless if it's the dog days of summer or a visit by a polar vortex, stay comfortable with the help of Schmidt Heating and Air, 531-6900. 1:46 left here. It'll be a 4th and 1 for the Panthers at the 35. We're just before the halftime report, but this is one of those things where big play here. You got to get a good kick too. So we'll see. Ray is at his 20 to try to punt this one away.
And a good kick here would be really nice for Elder to make chase.
And now we got a flag or a timeout here.
Yeah, it's going to be a timeout. X had 12 guys on the field. Steve Speck noticed just in time, and that's a big timeout for St. X. Now they'll have nothing left, and you make Chase Herbstreit go length of the field, no timeouts in less than 2 minutes. Advantageous for Elder.
So the Panthers will get it as this last bit of 2 or 3 minutes is taking a long time.
Well, this is a big drive for Elder, obviously, for obvious reasons. You don't want to let St. X get into the end zone here, but a big drive as well. Just try to, like mentioned it a little earlier, make Chase Herbstreit beat you with his arm. If this was 3 minutes left and X had all their timeouts, was able to get into their normal offense with whether it was Vollmer or Britt running the football, you'd be a little bit more worried. But if Chase Herbstreit beats you, that's what you're going to have to live with as you go to the locker room.
It'll be a 4th and 1 at the 35 coming up at halftime. The best show in the business, the Red River Gorge Cabin Rental Halftime Report with Mark Bengal, Steve Bengal, and Tom Kennedy. 4th and 1 from the 35, and now Ray at his 24 will punt this one away. Cahe's going to take it at the 30 to the 35, and he spins to about the 37-yard line. But the Panthers need a defensive stop here with 1:37 left here.
See how vertical St. X tries to play this thing, and obviously they're going to try to score. As even a punt here doesn't kill them, as Elder 2 timeouts, so they'll have to drive the length of the field with likely less than a minute. So see how aggressive Steve Speck is here right now.
Panthers again need that stop. It is 1:37 left in the second quarter. We are all tied up at 7. The momentum had shifted a little bit to the Bombers. Panthers scored on a 14-yard touchdown from Estep to Paff, but then there was an interception by Lucas Bishop, who ran it to about the 20 of Elder, and then it was a 4-play drive of 27 yards and a 2-yard touchdown by Vollmer. 1st and 10 at the Elder 30, at their own 38 rather, and the throw to the left side is complete to Britt. Britt to the 40, to the 41, where he gets out of bounds, or is he inbounds? Let's see.
Looks like he got out.
Yeah, he just got out.
Cooper Sanders just whiffed on his ankles, but almost had him in bounds. That would have been a killer for St. X.
1:29 left. It'll be a 2nd and 7 from the 41-yard line. From left to right, the Bombers go. Herbstreit talking to Speck, and now comes into the game. Looking to call out this play here with 1:29 left. No timeouts for the Bombers. Panthers still have 2. 3 wide receivers now to the right. Herbstreit out of the shotgun, goes with Britt in motion to the left. And Herbstreit steps back at his 34. Throws it down the field. It's intercepted by the Panthers. And it's a great job by the Panthers, and that's going to be Corey Selly with the interception for the Panthers.
Nothing against the kid, but that's why I said we want to make Chase Herbstreit beat you with his arm, because right now the pressure that he's feeling, he just can't. And Elder made a really nice play right there, and they're giving themselves a chance for at least 3 as they got 2 timeouts and 1:24 left.
Yeah, with 1:24 left, they kept their timeouts. That was smart, and now they've got the football at their own 37-yard line, so a couple of dinks couple of Chris Paff catches, and next thing you know, you're in field goal range.
We'll see what Elder wants to do offensively here. And obviously, Coach Ramsey going to be aggressive because St. X still no timeouts left, so make him drive the length of the field will be tough again.
E-step will line up, setting up a shotgun. He's got one wide to the right, two to the left side. He steps back at his 27-yard line to run this one to the left. He's got time, now runs it across the 40, and he gets to the 43-yard line. So with a minute 13 to go.
That's a savvy decision by Caden Eastep, and Elder going to go hurry up huddle right now.
2nd and 4 from the 43 with a minute 5 to go. 2 wide to the right, 2 to the left, tied at 7. Steps back at his 35. He's got some time, throws it sideline. There's that Chris Paff man again, and he has it at the 42-yard line.
Wow, what a nice throw. You can see Caden Eastep eyeing Chris Paff, wondering if he could sling it in that tight window, and he did right there. Chris Paff took a shot right as he received it, but able to hang on to the football, and Elder quickly into St. X territory.
And that's one thing about Eastep. He gets rid of the ball quickly and accurately. And that was a fastball.
Oh, man, when he grows into his body, he's going to be a really, really talented upperclassman.
1st and 10 at the X 41-yard line. 2 wide to the left, 57 seconds, and 2 to the right. Steps back at the 46, and he is looking. Throws it down the field. He's got Paff, almost one-handed it. Oh, my.
And that was
incomplete.
A really nice throw by Caden Eastep. Really the only spot he could have put the football. St. X had an inside defender, tried to throw back shoulder to Chris Paff, and you mentioned almost a spectacular catch, but unable to hang on.
Yeah, that would have been a huge grab by Paff, but 2nd and 10, got time, 52 seconds remaining. They still have all the 2 timeouts left as they held them off here. They'll line up to the right side with Ross. They've got 2 wide receivers to the left side, including Paff. They move Thaman now as a receiver to the right and now go empty backfield. It's Eastep at the 50, now steps in, rolls to the right, still with time, down the field, he's got Paff open at the 10 to the 5-yard line, and a first down for the Panthers.
And that's one guy you don't want to lose behind your safeties, and Chris Paff just able to sneak behind the St. X defense. Caden Eastep saw him at the last second, delivered a bomb downfield, and Elder's going to have a real chance to score right now.
That was a tremendous play on both ends. That was a quarterback that rolled to the right, waited for his receiver, and a receiver that knows his quarterback needed help. And he was right there at around the 10-yard line, and that was just a tremendous play by both sides there. So we look at the way Eastep was able to just feel the pressure, roll to the right, and threw a dime on a just unbelievable throw. And he was, with pressure, and he at least 35 yards in the air on a dime.
And that's the route I thought it was. Now looking at the replay, that's what Elder calls a magic route, where you have a guy fake like he's going to run a slant, and then he runs towards the middle of the field, and you have a guy running a flag on the outside. And Eastep wasn't really even a design roll, but that magic route kills St. X because you get lost behind a man defender, and you're home free. And we saw Drew Ramsey when he was a receiver for Elder. He killed St. X with it, and Christopher Paff's turn now.
Yeah. We've seen this movie before. The last time on this field, Paff had 3 big catches on that last drive. He's got 2 big ones, almost had a third one with the one-handed grab. But right now it's a 1st and goal for the Panthers at the 5-yard line. 32 seconds remain. Panthers with 1 timeout remaining. 1 wide to the left is Paff. They've got Thaman in the backfield to the left side of Eastep. They roll now with 3 receivers to the left, including Willig. And now rolling to the left, the throw, it's complete to Thaman. Thaman 10-5, and he's out to the 2-yard line. It'll be 2nd and goal from about the 2-yard line.
And that was the one time where Joey Thaman probably should have tried to stretch that thing to the pylon. I don't hate the decision to try to muscle up and go for as many yards as you can, but a really nice play by Caden Eastep. Joey Thaman was his hot guy out of the backfield. That means if he reads a blitz on his left side, that thing's going out to Joey Thaman right now. Able to deliver on time, and Joey Thaman almost fought for a touchdown.
So a Corey Selly interception has really led the Panthers, and they've moved the football down the field. They had a minute 30, and now with 24 seconds, and again, they had a minute 30 to go to score a field goal on the last drive last week to win it, and right here to end the first half. This is big because they get the ball first in the second half, and it looked like momentum was going the other way.
And you talked about it. We talked about the turnovers in the pregame show. Our wonderful A-team talked about it in the pregame show. Turnovers were going to be a critical turning point in this ball game. Elder, it hurt him earlier in the first half. This time it goes against St. X, and if Elder's able to get into the end zone, a touchdown lead, getting the ball in the second half would be just an absolutely huge momentum swing.
Well, Tom Kennedy has forgotten more football than most people know about football. So a 2nd and goal from the 2-yard line. 2 wide receivers off to the right side, including Thaman. Thaman's got Ross kind of lining up on a pick here. He lowers to the left side. And now Thaman back to the right, rolling to the right. Thaman to about the 2, and he dropped it. Incomplete. It'll be 3rd down and goal.
Honestly, not the worst thing in the world that Joey Thaman was unable to hang on to that football. If he would have been tackled in bounds, Elder would have had a really tough time getting to the line on 3rd down. Stops the clocks, gives themselves a chance to breathe, call a play, and hopefully get into the end zone. If not, you take your 3.
I'm surprised we haven't seen Uran here. We'll see on a 3rd down and goal. They line up. They were going to have Jackson Ruth come in. Ruth, rather. Jackson Ruth. And Ruth will line up with 2. They'll have him set up. They've got 2 wide receivers now to the right side. Make that 3 now with Trenton Meyer. So a 3rd down and goal at the 2. Estep's got some help. He's got Meyer to his left side. And now Estep looking, throws quickly. Meyer is caught at about the 3-yard line. It's going to go backwards. And they're going to get everybody on the field with 13 seconds to try to snap it here.
Wow, this is going to be
4th
close.
down with 7 seconds. They're trying to get a set here with a 19-yard field goal. The snap, the kick is up and good. So the Panthers get a field goal at the end, and with a 10-7 lead, we'll take it to halftime with a Red River Gorge Cabin Rental halftime report coming up with the guys. We'll take a timeout on the Prep Sports Radio Network.
Picture of you. Oh, it hijacked my world at night. From a place in the past we've been cast out of. Oh, now we're back in the fight. Yes, we're back on the chain gang. Back on the chain gang. Circumstance beyond our control. Oh, phone, TV, and the news of the world. Got in the house like a pigeon from hell. Oh, sand in our eyes, descending like flies. Yes, we're back on the chain gang. Whoa, back on the chain gang.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming back to the field the Spirit of Elder, your very own Elder High School Marching Panther Band, led by Field Commanders Austin Audette and Alex Weber. The band's halftime show is inspired by the movie The Matrix. Special thanks go out to Stockyards Bank and Trust for being the official sponsor of the band's halftime performances again this season. Thanks as well to Kyle Rudolph, Dan Rudolph, Mike Stanger, and the rest of the team from Jets Pizza in Dent for providing the band's pregame meal. The show begins with a trip down the rabbit hole offered by Morpheus himself. This is White Rabbit, written by Grace Slick and recorded by the American rock band Jefferson Airplane for its 1967 album, Surrealistic Pillow. In the spirit of Agent Smith and all of the sentient beings from the movie, the second song the band will perform tonight is Billie Eilish's hit, Bad Guy. Neo finally accepts he is the one and can see the Matrix for what it is. He has clarity. The band will mark this moment in the movie with a performance of Zed's 2012 hit, Clarity, featuring Ella Bill, Alyssa Miller, Claire Pfeiffer, Tony Wheelwright Soriano, Ava Hader, and Ellie Miller. The band concludes its tribute to 1999's The Matrix with a 2009 hit from Muse titled Uprising. Off the band's fifth studio album, The Resistance, Muse's lyrics are hopeful yet rebellious, a perfect ending to this Matrix-inspired halftime show. Enjoy. The Spirit of Elder Marching Band is led by band director Mrs. Susan Cassidy, assistant band director and percussion instructor Dr. Aaron Ziegler, color guard instructor Mr. Chris Pullman, assisted by Mrs. Whitney Costa. Joining the band is a wonderful way to express your school spirit, serve your community, make lifelong friends, and advance the spirit of Altiora throughout Price Hill and beyond. If your child is interested in learning to play an instrument so that they can march with the Elder High School Band when they get to high school, visit elderhs.org and follow the links to the band page to register for the Cincy Premier Grade School Band. A final word from Stockyards Bank and Trust, a proud sponsor of Elder High School. In 1904, Stockyards Bank was formed to finance transactions in the livestock industry. Today, Stockyards Bank helps individuals, families, and businesses with a complete line of financial services with their unique focus on personal banking. Michael Bolin, class of 2000, is a proud Elder High School alumnus and commercial banking relationship manager at Stockyards Bank. Visit syb.com to learn more. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Welcome back, Panther fans. I'm Brett McQuillan alongside here with Eric Mason. We're here in our halftime show. So before we get into our halftime show, something real quick was we received an email earlier this week from Mr. Westenberg. So we just want to give a shout out to you, Mr. Westenberg. Thank you for being a huge supporter of not only our ENN squad, but just the Elder Panthers in general and everyone back there at Bailey Place. Thank you for all of your support and everyone over there at Bailey. But so let's get into our halftime show real quick. So something I want to mention real quick before we go into highlights is this game's been based off of QB play. We've seen 2 turnovers from 2 interceptions, and that's something that really has flown in this game. It has changed the momentum for each team. Something I forgot to mention in the pregame show, which I should have mentioned, is how the offense of St. X responds to how Herb Street is playing. If Herb Street's having a great game, the whole offense is going to have a great game. If he has a bad game, then they're going to struggle a little bit that day. They play based off of his performance. So as we saw that tonight, he threw that a little bit threw an interception to Corey Stelly, and their offense went down a little bit. So we'll see how that goes in the second half.
Yeah, but Herb Street, he's definitely their offense right now. He's got a lot of fake passes and a lot of scrambles. We were expecting that. We were expecting them to fake pass, not expecting him to throw a whole lot because he's got that big body and he's fast and he's athletic. And we saw it there. He was breaking ankles left and right. And he just really powered through the line and was able to get past our defensive players.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and look at some highlights from the first half. Go ahead, kind of try to recap the first half. So to start off here, we got a little misdirection with Derek Uran, got a 56-yard catch. This really set up the Panthers for momentum as it was their first offensive drive. Very first play from scrimmage really set us up as we were on the 10-yard line. Next play, we got a touchdown pass right here to Chris Path, which set us up for that. Derek Uran, really set us up for that touchdown. That's why that game was such a big gain in overall. And right here, we got a little bit of a misdirection. Derek Uran just having a great game, being able to tackle him for a loss. And we got right here is we were able to tackle him from loss and get him to turn the ball over on downs. And here we got Luke Ross's first down for a first down. This was a big play, too, because you got a rush in the passer call earlier after that hit. And then here we got Trent Meyer running from a 9-yard run.
You got Herb Street with the deep pass, and it was intercepted by Sully there. Well, that was a great turn point for the game, and I don't know how he got that there. It was a diving catch, very good athletic play.
Yeah, and then as we saw a little bit there, got a little cut off. His Path had a great catch right there on the sideline right before halftime. And Estep just rolling out, doing what he does, finding Path right down the middle of the field, wide open for a nice gain. And that was pretty much that big tone setter for this game, for this half as we go in. But something to note here is, like we said, QB play is a big part of this. The St. X offense revolves around how Herb Street is playing and how Herb Street can control and lead and communicate with the guys around him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's pretty much we have to stop Herb Street and then we're good. Estep, he just needs to settle in the pocket. He's had a few overthrows, but that last drive, he definitely has shown some positivity there. He made a lot of good passes. It's just we got to cut down the overthrows. He threw an interception there about midway through the second quarter. But other than that, he's been pretty solid. He hasn't been running a whole lot, and we weren't expecting that. We were expecting them, if they were going to run, they were going to give it off to Thaman because he's not a running quarterback, as I said earlier.
Yeah, definitely. Something else to note or say is our defense has really shown up tonight. They've looked good when we've given them the chance to. We had a few unmissed calls, or not unmissed calls, but a couple calls not go Elder's way, but they were able to respond and get that ball turned over on downs, which allowed us to get that big touchdown early in the first quarter, which is what's given us the momentum, I feel like, for most of the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Jake Britt, he hasn't touched the ball a whole lot. It's mostly just been Herb Street, and he's pretty much, he has had a lot of good throwing. He has had a couple touchdowns, but it's mostly just him running. And our D line has to expect that. We got to get Major Kittles in there, and Ben McPherson. He's been showing a lot of good tackles towards the end there. It seems like almost every single defensive tackle is Ben McPherson in the middle linebacker spot there. But I think as our defense, Coach Roden just needs to tell his guys, hey, we know what they're going to do. They're going to run the ball. They might pass a little bit because the weather seemed to have cleared up, but mostly they're really just running the ball. It's been QB scrambles, and we just got to find a way to stop that.
Yeah, one more thing before we go ahead and send you back to the game. Our offensive line is going to be a big part of the second half. They need to keep playing the way they are. We've been able to get East step the time so you can find plays, get Damon the ball, allow him some holes, and our offensive lines look good so far. And that's something they're going to need to continue throughout this game if the Panthers want a victory.
Yeah, it's definitely from the past week. They've had a lot of mistakes in the past couple games, but it seems like they're really starting to get the feel for it because they got a lot of young talent. They got another sophomore, Nicholas Casero. And, as young talent, they just have to group together, and it seems like they've done that so far.
Yeah, definitely. So we're going to send you back to this game. I'm Brett McClellan alongside here with Eric Mason. We'll see you next week.
Inviting is probably the first word that comes to mind when we went to Elder. The first time you walk in and those boys are greeting you, you 100% understand it quickly. When first deciding where he was going to go to high school, I did kind of question, well, does Elder have the opportunities as far as the advanced placement? Do they have an honors program? All of the classes have been there for him. He's had all the AP classes, excelled calculus and economics and the chemistries. But the difference is the classes are small. I never felt that he struggled with not knowing what to do or where to go. The teachers are always there to help him along the way. I think so many people think of it as like a sports school. It's really not. It's got the media now. It has the honors programs. It has the band stuff. It has everything, but you get to choose what you want to do, and you, for the most part, always have the opportunity to do it. That's what I was trying to get some of my friends to realize, like a lot of times, those other schools, you don't have the opportunity. They're too big. At Elder, he had the opportunities to do everything.
St. X in the first half. They had 14 minutes, 51 seconds with the ball with only 7 points. Panthers with 10 points. They had 9 minutes and 9 seconds. Not much on the ground for the Panthers. Trenton Meyer with 20 yards and 2 carries. Thaman at 13 yards, only a net of 11. And Estep was not able to get going on the ground. The tackling on the Panthers, Sandus led the tackles with 5, Dugan with 3, Goinar with 3, and Selly had 3, including that big interception. So defense continues to be, as the Panthers are letting teams with only 12 points a game through the first 5.
I mean, defense just has been everything this Elder team's needed and then some, and they've really stepped up big in the biggest moments. We saw it last week against Louisville St. Xavier. They did just enough to get that victory, and they're doing just enough right now against St. X. It's going to take a monumental effort to keep St. X off the board this half. Let's see if they can do it.
Panthers will get the ball first here in the second half. Lucas Bishop, who had the big interception for St. Xavier to get to their points, he will kick off from left to right as they have their white jerseys with the white pants and the blue numbers. Meanwhile, Elder in all purple tonight, including their purple pants as well, across the 10-yard line. And now not much doing there for Christopher Paff. He gets to about the 12-yard line.
Paff got popped. It was Alex Walker made a really nice play on kickoff. And Elder's return team not really kind of up to par with past years, and not sure really what that's a symptom of, but Elder will not too worried about. They'll start the drive on the 15.
Elder football traditions are legendary, much like their service you'll receive from Hoding Realtors. And Elder grads and Hoding team members Brian Baisley, Steve Florian, Rick Hoding, Tim Obermeyer, Doug Rolfus, Mike Rolfus, and Mike Wright. They're proud to help sponsor tonight's game. Call Hoding Realtors for all your real estate needs, 451-4800, or visit them at the web at hoding.com, HOETING.com. First and 10 for the Panthers. They'll give it to at the 15-yard line, 3 wide to the right. And now they give up the middle, and Uran, I believe, see if he got that one at the 15. Not much doing there.
And Derek Uran, Elder tried to spread St. X out. St. X wasn't biting. They brought a little Corvette blitz from a corner, and Derek Uran swallowed up for about a yard.
2nd and 9 from the 16-yard line, just starting the third quarter of play. The Panthers have a 10-7 lead in this one. It's been an exciting game in terms of defense, and we've had an interception on both sides. Panthers line up. They've got Estep at quarterback to the left side. They've got Thaman. 2 wide receivers off to the right side. And now the give to Thaman. Thaman doesn't get much. Lucas Bishop got him about the 19-yard line, maybe 3 on that one.
And Elder looks comfortable in these third and intermediates so far today. Let's see if they can pick up another one. And, I mean, if you're able to run effectively on the St. X defense, rather, it'd be a really nice plus. But you're going to have to trust Caden Estep with his arm down the stretch.
3rd and 6. The ball spotted at the 19-yard line. 10:50 to go. Panthers getting the ball first here in the second half, looking to at least extend this, get a first down. They roll to the right side with Ruth. They've got 3 wide now. Off to the right side. Setting up Estep with an empty backfield. They go in motion with Thaman, now looking, rolling right, throwing, and it's high and it's almost intercepted. It was knocked down by St. Xavier, the Bombers, number 30. It was Ben Lehman almost getting that interception.
And you see Caden Estep just trying to make up another play with his arm. It was almost 3-on-1 coverage out there, and just a dangerous throw that really didn't have to be made. It's one of those ones you could just swallow, throw that out of bounds, would do the same result, but Elder's going to have to punt this one away.
McClatchy back for St. Xavier. He's going to step up at the 45 of Elder, fumbles the football, and he covers it up at the 42 of Elder, but that was a dangerous play. Panthers were trying to get on the football, but the Bombers will take it, and they will get possession of the ball. We've got an injured St. Xavier Bomber on that play. I don't know if it's a leg cramp or what, but the trainers had gone onto the field, but the Bombers see what they do here. Portions of tonight's Elder game are sponsored by financial advisors Adam Schuster, Ted Lucian, Matthew Smith, and Jacob Lindsay of the Lucian Schuster Smith team at Morgan Stanley in Cincinnati, offering wealth management planning for their clients. Elder grads Adam Schuster, a certified financial planner, practitioner, and Jacob Lindsay, financial advisors at Morgan Stanley, are currently scheduling wealth management consultation at 513-562-8304. And it was Lucas Bishop. He went off on his own power, so good news there for the Bombers. 1st and 10 at the 42-yard line for the Bombers. Jake Britt in the backfield at 70 yards in the first half. 1 wide receiver off to the right side is Alex Walker. Left side is Taylor. Now the give is to Britt. Britt's going to move inside the 40, spin to the 35, out to the 33, a gain of 9 on first down.
And St. X tried to go counter there, but it was Jake Britt making the decision to cut that thing back into the weakness of the Elder defense, and a really nice run right there. 2nd and 1 opens up the playbook to a lot of possibilities for St. X here.
Yeah, this could be a run by Herbstreet. This could be they're going to bring Vollmer in and see if they do a direct snap here. They can do that with 2nd and 1 at the Elder Panther 33-yard line. But it's going to be Vollmer in the backfield. They've got Herbstreet under center. 1 wide to the right, 1 to the left. Vollmer the backfield at the 40, and the give to him, 35, 30. He goes to the left, 25, 20, and he's down inside the 15 to the 13-yard line before the Panthers finally get him before a gain of 20.
Right in front of the teeth of the St. Xavier student section. They love Daniel Vollmer's run right there. And St. X quickly in business into the red zone. And this was not what Elder envisioned this second half playing out right now.
1st and 10. They mark it at the Elder Panther 13-yard line. 10-7 Elder with the lead. But the Bombers are driving. They've got 2 wide receivers to the left and 1 to the right. The receiver to the right is Taylor. Vollmer in the backfield again. And now Herbstreit's going to give it to Vollmer. Vollmer gets a block in inside the 10, and he spins inside the 5. Still with it, still going, but he gets tackled at about the 2-yard line. So a gain of 11, another first down. It'll be 1st and goal for the Bombers.
We mentioned seeing Daniel Vollmer pregame, just such a big body. He's such a tough tackle for these Elders front 7, and especially the secondary. Just bounces off tacklers, almost ended up in the end zone right there.
Wind's picking up here a little bit at the pit. 1st and goal at the 2-yard line for the Bombers. Down 10-7, but they're right there. They've got Britt in the backfield now with a 1st and goal at the 2. Herbstreit under center. The give up the middle to Britt. Britt trying to get in, but he can. A good tackle by Alex Dugan. Stopped him.
Jake Britt, you really don't see many runs stay at the line of scrimmage or go backwards. Elder's defensive front did a really good job cutting the offensive line in their tracks, and Jake Britt was stonewalled in the backfield.
2nd down and goal. Ball spotted at the Elder Panther 2-yard line. 8 minutes and 10 seconds left here in the 3rd quarter. The Panthers have a 10-7 lead. Bombers going to line up with 1 wide to the left, 1 to the right. Out to the left side is Forrest Ehlers. And now it's Herbstreit rolling to the left, looking to run it into the end zone, and gets into the end zone. Touchdown, Herbstreit. And now it is 13-10. The Bombers with a 3-point lead pending the extra point.
That's what Chase Herbstreit can do right there. Kill you with his legs. First play of the game last week against Moeller, took a QB draw 80 yards to the zone, and easy enough right there. Just had to get 2 yards, was able to scramble on in, had a lead blocker in Daniel Vollmer, and St. X on top.
Looking to add this extra point is Owen Davidson, wearing number 12. On the hold is McDonald, and the kick is up, and it's good. So it's 7:51 left in quarter number 3. It's the Bombers 14 and the Panthers 10. We'll take a timeout on the Prep Sports Radio Network. Welcome back to the pit at Elder High School. The Bombers get a 5-play, 42-yard drive. Took 2 minutes and 26 seconds. A 2-yard run. Touchdown by the quarterback, Chase Herbstreit. And it is 14-10 now. The Bombers have the lead, and they will look to kick this one off. And that's going to be a line drive. It's going to bounce into the end zone. So the Panthers will have the ball at the 20-yard line. Cliffview Lodge, a part of Red River Gorge Cabin Rentals, has 16 individual rooms. Book a single room for a private getaway, or book every room for family reunions, weddings, or corporate events. Check out the possibilities at Red River Gorge CabinRentals.com. And we want to wish a happy birthday to Will Summers' mom, Sue. Happy birthday, Susan. We'll call her Susan, but happy birthday.
I just call her mom. And, yeah, she's birthday tomorrow.
Turning 39.
Turning
Amazing.
39. She's as young as it gets, and happy birthday, Mom.
Happy birthday, and we'll take a 1st and 10 now for the Panthers at the 20-yard line. 7:51 left here in quarter number 3, 14-10. The Bombers on top. Setting up now to looking as it's pass to complete to Thaman. Thaman across the 25. Thaman now spins to the 30. Still with it to the 35, and he's out to the 36. A gain of 16. Joey Thaman with a great run.
A really nice job by Joey Thaman just to stay patient. He had so much room, so many blockers out in front of him, and he just waited for the hole to open up downfield and picked the right moment to attack as he got a big-time gain for Elder and gets them out of the depths of their own end zone.
1st and 10 at the 38-yard line for the Panthers. 7:29 left here in quarter number 3. Panthers trail 14-10. They led 7-0. They've led 10-7, but now the Bombers on top. 3 wide receivers for the Panthers to the left, and now we're going to get a timeout by the Bombers here with 7:19 as they couldn't figure out how to get their men on the field.
They had 12 guys on the field, and the ref, near side ref, threw a flag, but it looks like they got the timeout off before. And Len, gone are the days of a running clock. We saw in 2021, 2022, as it looks like it wasn't a timeout call. I'm not sure what is going on here, but Elder can run a play. I mean, St. X's coaches are on the field. They got to go.
Yeah, they're not ready, but the Panthers are. It's a 1st and 5 on the penalty at the 43-yard line. Setting up his E-step with an empty backfield. Now they give it to Thaman. Thaman's going to go across the 45, still with it to the 47-yard line. A gain of 4. It'll be 2nd down and about 1 coming up.
Well, there was a ton of confusion. St. X thought they got the timeout off. Refs called a flag, so they ended up 1st and 5 for Elder, and Elder was able to scramble their personnel on the field, get 4 yards on the gain, and really give himself a nice opportunity here, 2nd and 1. Again, we mentioned opens the playbook up to any possibility. If you want to sling one deep with Caden Estep, you can do here.
We'll see where they line up. They've got to the right side. They've got Ross. He's the wide receiver. Path to the left side. They go in motion now. With E-step, it's going to be a direct snap to Thaman, and Thaman gets to about the 48, which is right near the sticks. But I don't think he's going to get it.
Looks like he's going to be marked short. Far side official was right on top
A little
of things.
short. Tom Kennedy says no. I believe Tom Kennedy.
I believe him as well.
He's got the keen eye. So it's right there. You're right, Tom. It's 47 and a half. Looking at it here where they marked it. So we have a half a yard here on a 3rd down and 1. Ball spotted at the 46.5-yard line. 5:50 left here in the 3rd. 14-10 St. X. And they give up the middle. This time it's Uran, and Uran doesn't get it. Fumbles the football. E-step does get it, though. At the 42, he recovers it, but that's going to be a loss. It'll be 4th down coming up.
And Derek Uran was absolutely stonewalled at the line of scrimmage, and he's hurt.
That's the last thing you need right here. I think maybe he just got the wind knocked out of him, but he is down. And they'll tend to him with 5:31 left here in the 3rd quarter. It's 14-10. St. Xavier on top by 4. Tickets to concerts, sports, all events locally owned and operated. Authentic tickets, secure checkout, email confirmation, and delivery. Riverbend, Aronoff, Heritage Bank, any venue, local, regional, or nationwide. Bengals, Bearcats, Buckeyes, Fighting Irish, all professional and college sports. TicketJungle.com, the fans' ultimate source for tickets. TicketJungle.com, proud supporter of the Prep Sports Radio Network, TicketJungle.com. And Derek Uran is going off, and he's walking it off on his own power.
So they're going to let McClatchy try to catch this next punt again. And you mentioned Muff the first one last drive.
It's a 4th and 6 at the 42. So now the Panthers, Ray will be back at his 28. McClatchy is at his 27. And the kick is kind of a end over end. And McClatchy fields it. And, oh, that was an adventure. Catches it. But Sanders was right there at the 32-yard line. So the Bombers will have it. Go ahead.
Kind of finish the thought that it had before Elder had the wild scenario on the 1st down. Gone are the days of the running clock. We saw in 2021, X was able to get a running clock on Elder twice. And then 2022, Elder was able to get a running clock, return the favor back at home. And the past 2 years have not been the case, as last year went down to a 2-point conversion in overtime. This one looks like it'll go all the way to the end of the 4th quarter as well.
1st and 10 for the Bombers at the 33. They scored on their last drive. They've got Britt in the backfield. Chase Herbstreit has scored the touchdown. He's under center. 1 wide to the left and 1 to the right side for the Bombers. They go from left to right. And now the give is to Britt. Britt spins across the 35, and that's about all, maybe the 36-yard line. A gain of about 3. Panthers do a good job of stacking them up as Javen Hutchinson made the tackle.
That was Dugan, made a really nice play on the fullback, was able to cut his legs out from under him and let Elder rally to the football. That's what Elder's going to have to do. If St. X is going to turn to the power run game, they're going to have to cut these guys in their tracks and try to rally and make a tackle.
2nd and 7 for the Bombers at the 36-yard line. From left to right they go with 4:50 to go, third quarter. 14-10. St. X with the lead by 4. They'll line up with Vollmer as a receiver to the left side. 1 wide to the right, 2 to the left. Now Vollmer goes in motion. The fake and the give is to Britt. Britt nowhere as Javen, that time one of the twins, it was Jaden Hutchinson making the tackle for the Panthers.
And a really nice stop. Elder switched into a bare front, which means they had their 2 defensive tackles line up over the guard. So that was designed to stop an inside zone type run. And the Hutchinson twins have had quite the game so far, and they're going to have quite the future for Elder, and a really nice play to set up a 3rd and long for X.
3rd and 10, the ball at the 33-yard line. 4 minutes and 3 seconds left here in the 3rd. Panthers trail 14-10. Bombers have it. 2 wide receivers now to the left, 1 to the right on a big 3rd and 10 coming up. Herbstreit back at his 27. Now looks to throw down the field. He throws it to Vollmer, but he was triple covered and incomplete.
And St. X's receivers having a really, really hard time getting any separation on this Elder defense. And we're not really used to seeing that. We're used to seeing Elder kind of drop back into zone, let teams complete passes in front of them, and then they'll make a tackle. But Elder's secondary has played extremely well throughout this ballgame.
So it'll be a 4th down and 10. And the Panthers, Sandus will be taking Maxim's kick. He's at his 35-yard line. Maxim's back at his 19 to get this punt away.
Oh, it's a false start.
And
there
a false start, so that's going to move this one back.
And you can see Strayhorn got a little antsy on the near side gunner, and ref was right on top of it.
Red River Gorge Cabin Rentals in the beautiful Kentucky Red River Gorge have mega 13-bedroom cabins available for big groups or families. And only a short 2-hour drive from Cincinnati. Check out all the activities and things to do at redrivergorge.com. 4th and 15. Now they move it back to the 28. So now back at his 15 is Maxim. Sandus moves up to the 40. Last kick was not good. And now the kick this time is a good one. It's a boomer. Back at the 25, it bounces inside, and Sandus finally gets it inside the 10. He's going to be tackled inside the 5 at the 3-yard line, where they finally tackle him. And that is Shane Strayhorn making the tackle for St. Xavier. That is a huge play. I'm not sure why Sandus didn't just let that bounce.
And we're not used to seeing that type of play out of Cooper Sandus. A senior captain, he's used to making just the right play all the time, and tried to do too much, tried to pick the ball up on the bounce and went straight backwards. His forward progress, or his backward progress, I guess, took him down to the 3, and Elder's got a tall task and they want to score here.
Yeah, that was a tremendous punt by Maxim. He was back at about his 15-yard line and got it to the Elder 3, their own 3.
Got the wind at your back. That helps a lot right there.
That was about 70 yards on that kick. 1st and 10 at the 3-yard line. E-step now, takes the snap now, the give, and nothing doing. It looked like Thaman couldn't get much going there. Or that was Trenton Meyer, rather. Number 24 gets the carry. So a yard on that. It'll be 2nd down. 2nd and 9 at the 4.
And you go from potentially getting really good field position on a punt from St. X to what happened right there, and St. X momentum.
They might have still had the ball down at about the 10-yard line, but I don't know why he decided to field that. It didn't make any sense from this, but you know, he did field it, and now we have a 2nd and 9 at the 4. So 2 wide receivers to the right, 2 to the left. E-step back in his end zone. And now E-step looks, he's got time, but he's in the end zone, and he's going to be sacked. Is that a safety? That may be. That may be a safety. We got to see if he got out. If the momentum pushed him out, the Bombers think it's a safety, but he might have got the ball out. So this could be at the 1. Nope, it is a safety for the Bombers. So this is huge. So the Bombers get a safety. Go ahead.
Yeah, just not another just subpar play from Caden E-step right there. He's got to step up, got to get into the front of the pocket, at least give yourself some space between you and the goal line. Looks like he's hurting a little bit on the sideline. He took a big pop.
16-10. Elder trails now as St. Xavier with a 2:45 to go here in quarter number 3. And now it's a 6-point lead. The Panthers will get the ball back, but that was an awful state of affairs there where the punt went about 70 yards to the Elder 3, and now a safety.
We'll see. Trainers checking out Caden Eastep. If he can't go, it's going to be Brady Andriaco into the ball game for Elder at quarterback, but hopefully Eastep's going to be able to return to this ball game. And yeah, that was nightmare scenario for Elder right there, and everything that could have gone wrong went wrong.
Yeah, you can't afford. The Panthers have been plagued by injuries all season long. They've already lost Maddox Arnold. They lost, Gaduli and Braden Boeing, and tonight Uran came off on his own power, but now you're seeing a situation where if Caden Eastep gets knocked out for any short period of time, but St. X will be kicking this one off after the safety, leading it 16-10. 2:45 to go in the third. So Panthers are going to need a touchdown here now. As
Going to need a really good punt out of Adam Ray right here to set the Bombers back.
Yep. So the Bombers will get the football back with the 2 points. And Adam Ray will look to punt this one from his about 15-yard line.
You got to try to land this thing in between the two back guys and the two near side guys, as they're going to bring those guys up.
And now Ray will kick it. It's a end over end kick. It's going to take it at about the 33, and it's Vollmer, 40-yard line. He gets to about the 45, but he's taken down by Kittles. Major Kittles with the stop, and St. Xavier still has pretty good field position.
And a really nice job by Major Kittles to limit the damage on the field position that X was going to be able to get on that. We talked pregame. The conditions as they are right now, you're going to have to be able to get into this field position game and win it. And right now, X has got all the momentum in the field position on their side, and it'll be tough to stop.
1st and 10 at the 43-yard line. 2:39 remain here in the third quarter. One wide receiver to the left and one to the right. Shotgun, he'll say no. It'll be under center now for Herbstreit. Britt is in the backfield, and Britt will get the carry. He crosses the 45. He goes out of bounds and around the 50-yard line. Head pharmacist John Brozart invites you to try the extra special service that a compounding pharmacy offers. Brozart Pharmacy at 45 South Miami Avenue in Cleves is nearby and will give you the personal service you've been missing. Brozart Pharmacy, proud to support Elder football. Right now, the momentum is all in favor of St. Xavier. They lead it 16-10. Panthers had a 10-7 lead at halftime. It's kind of the same game as last week. Panthers had the big momentum in the first half. They did not score in their first drive, and same thing has happened where St. Xavier has taken over, and now it's a 2nd and 4 from the 49-yard line. Herbstreit under center. The give fake to Vollmer, and now looking is Herbstreit down the field. He's got a man. He's looking, and it is incomplete. It was intended for Cam Taylor, but Roden was back there.
And a really nice play by Eli Roden, the baseball player in his own right, plays outfield for the Elder baseball squad. He looked like a center fielder right there, tracking that ball. He's able to knock it out of Taylor's hands. Would have been a big play for St. X.
3rd and 4 at the 49-yard line. 1:44 left here in the third quarter. Remember, the game started a little bit late tonight, 7:30 start here due to the weather, but the weather has turned out great as they really knew their weather forecast to get this game in tonight. 3rd and 4 at the 49. One wide to the right. Now 2 with Britt. Shotgun for Herbstreit's going to run it. Herbstreit 50-yard line. He's into Elder territory at the 45 and finally taken down around the 40-yard line. So a nice gain for Herbstreit and a first down for St. Xavier.
A really, really nice play out of Herbstreit right there. Ball security was at a premium right there. Almost had that ball stripped, but he was able to secure it back before he went down. And St. X doing anything they want right now.
1st and 10 at the Elder Panther 40-yard line. The Bombers leading it 16-10 after the safety. The lineup with one wide receiver and Alex Walker to the left side. They've got Cam Taylor to the right. Herbstreit sets up at the 45 and a shotgun. The give to Vollmer to the right. Vollmer's got some blocks. He goes to the right side, 40, 35. He spins, he jumps over, but that is a penalty on, you cannot do that in high school football. You see a lot of that in the NFL, but you cannot do that.
Man, that's a pretty brutal rule. I'm a staunch opposer to it, but
I would agree.
It's a rule book. I mean, it's in the rules, and he hurdled a guy, and that is going to get enforced. But I mean, I candidly, I am a staunch opposer of it.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I don't know what they're trying to, and it is on the Bombers, so they'll move the football back.
I mean, because Len, it's so instinctual for a guy like Vollmer with big body. When a guy tries to go low and tackle, you want to jump, and
Yeah.
I just don't understand. I mean, in player safety, I understand why the rule's in place, but it's a part of football, and it's a risk that players know before they take a jump.
And that was one that you can understand if you watch the play. You can see, if we watch a little bit, in the replay, you can see what he was doing there, and he just kind of jumped over him. So I would agree with you there. But it is a 1st and 18. Back at the 48-yard line. So a break for the Panthers. One wide receiver to the right, one to the left side. Vollmer will get the carry again. He moves to the left, gets a block, and goes inside the 40, 35, and he's out to the 34-yard line. A gain of 14 on first down. Kelsey Chevrolet is your West Side full-service Chevy dealership and proud supporter of Elder Sports on the radio. Now at Kelsey Chevrolet, lifetime powertrain protection. See Walt Kelsey or Paul Cluxton at Kelsey Chevrolet, Route 50 in Lawrenceburg, or kelseychev.com. 20 seconds remaining here in this third quarter. It'll be a 2nd down and 5. Ball spotted at the 35. Alex Walker is off to the right for St. Xavier. Shotgun for Herbstreit. He's going to run it. He runs to the 35, going outside, and he's tackled at a 32-yard line. A gain of 3 at the end of the third quarter of play. So the Bombers, they have a good third quarter. They now lead it 16-10 over Elder at the end of 3 quarters of play. We'll take a timeout on the Prep Sports Radio Network.
Kansas City, here I come. I'm going to Kansas City. Kansas City, here I come. They got some crazy little women there, and I'm gonna get me one. I'll be standing on the corner of 12th Street and Vine. I'll be standing on the corner of 12th Street and Vine with my Kansas City baby and a bottle of Kansas City wine.
The pit at Elder High School, we've completed 3 quarters of play. The Bombers with 9 points in the third quarter. They lead it 16-10, a safety and a touchdown in that quarter. And now the Bombers have a 3rd and 2 from the Elder 32. So this is another big trying stop for the Panthers. And Joey DeTullo is having some issues. They were trying to figure out where they're going here. We're going from right to left now from St. Xavier on a 3rd and 2 at the Elder 32. The pitch to Britt, the reverse to the right side. Walker rolling to the right. And Alex going to get tackled at the 38-yard line, or 37-yard line. As that again, that was number 51. It was Javen Hutchinson making the tackle for the Panthers.
And what a really savvy play. But this Elder secondary, not to bite on it, Joey DeTulio and Hutchinson came up and just took the legs out of the St. Xavier ball carrier. And a big 4th down for Elder. Get field position flips right here if you're able to get a stop.
4th and 6 at the 36. We'll get to the Caldwell Banker scoreboard update in just a second. But 11:20 remaining here in the fourth quarter. Big 4th and 6 at the 36 for a stop for Elder. They're going to need to get the football back. They trail 16-10. So are they going to do Vollmer as a direct snap here, or they got Herbstreit? Let's see. They got 1 wide receiver to the right, 2 to the left. Vollmer is as a receiver. Herbstreit steps He's got time. He throws. It is intercepted. Joey DiTullo trying to take it to the house. 40, 35, 30. He's going to go down. Touchdown, Elder Panthers. Joey DiTullo, his second pick six of the season, and the Panthers have tied it up.
What a monumental play by Joey DiTullo. Played the ball perfectly, an ill-advised pass from Herbstreit right there, and DiTullo did the rest. Had a couple linemen chasing him down, but he used every bit of speed he had left. Wow, Len, that was amazing.
That was unbelievable. Caught it about the 15-yard line, and it was about 85 yards unofficially, but we'll get those numbers in just a moment. But tied at 16. What a change of events there with 16-10.
Oh my.
And now Adam Ray will look to add this extra point with the hold by Thaman. The kick with the right foot is up, and it is good. 10:46 remaining. In quarter number 4, it's the Elder Panthers 17 and St. Xavier 16. We'll take a timeout on the Prep Sports Radio Network. Six of the season, but none bigger than that one.
Well, that was a questionable decision by St. Xavier to even go for it in that spot. I mean, you're winning the field position game. Why not punt, get Elder back within their own 10, give your defense a chance? Their defense has been stepping up all night long. Just an ill-advised pass from Herbstreit. St. X had 3 guys in the same spot of the field, near side towards us, near the 25-yard line. Joey DiTullo jumped in front of all of them and took it all the way to the house.
DiTullo with that big interception, and that has been the defense all year, has been up to the task. They, after the safety on there, and again, we still have to get to the Coldwell Banker scoreboard update. We got a few more scores, and we'll get to that in a second. Here's the kickoff, and Ray, it's going to be Vollmer taking it at about the 10. He's across, and now spins. He gets to the 30, the 35, and he's out to the 36-yard line. Take a look at the Coldwell Banker scoreboard update. Got a couple of finals in. Hamilton shut out Princeton 34-0, and it was Mason beating Fairfield. Oh, that's at the half. Oh, no, that is a final. 31-13 Mason over Fairfield on the Coldwell Banker scoreboard update. But the Elder Panthers have a 17-16 lead. Still got 10:39 left in this fourth quarter. That's due to the late start.
And defense just got to catch your breath. I mean, you're back out in the field after a really short timeout, I guess, for the defense, and got to catch your breath. Got to let those emotions simmer down. It's a new drive. You got to get a stop.
1st and 10 at the 37-yard line. It'll be the fake, and Herbstreit's going to look to throw again. Herbstreit looking for help. He's going to run it. Derek Duran with a stop at the 35-yard line. A 2-yard loss. He got him at the feet.
Man, Len, there's not a lot of guys in the state of Ohio that can make that play right there. But when you got an 110-meter hurdle guy, state placer, tracking your quarterback down, you're in danger.
Panthers defense is just stepping up big time here in the third and the fourth quarter. They trailed 16-10. They lead 17-16. 10:05 left here in the fourth. 2nd and 12 back at the 35. Britt in the backfield. They look to the sidelines, and we're going to get a timeout. St. Xavier and the Panthers just, I think, you know, it's good to get a timeout here because they can catch their breath.
Wow, the emotions running high. St. X needed to burn a timeout for composure's sake. And this Elder cheering section is alive and well. And this home fans, even though it's a small crowd due to the rain, they're getting into it. Big stop here would be absolutely massive for the Panthers' chances.
It will be, and you know, this is where the defense, and one of the good things is we haven't found out whether E-Step is okay or not, but he looks like he's throwing on the sideline, so that's very good. But he's had a chance to compose himself after that interception, and he's had some time on the bench, which is good.
That's big. Get your arm loose. He was dealing with a little shoulder thing when he came off the sideline, and get ready to go. Panthers are going to need you down the stretch here. Going to have to burn some clock off and eventually get some first downs and hopefully seal the deal after your defense gets a big stop here.
So 2 interceptions today. Corey Selly, but no bigger than Joey DiTullio with a 74-yard interception return for an Elder Panther touchdown. 10 minutes to go in the fourth. 2nd and a dozen, back at the 35. Britt in the backfield. The give to Britt. Britt's going to roll to his left. And DiTullio makes the tackle right at the 37-yard line. A gain of only 2. But you can see DiTullio just run to the ball carrier.
And you can see the Elder Panther defense just swarming. And Joey DiTullio, we mentioned, a wrestler by trait. You look at him, it doesn't scream cornerback, but he is just all over this St. X offense right now. He's going to be living in C-Specs nightmares.
3rd and 9. This is a big stop here for the Panthers. At the 38, 9.5 remaining in this fourth quarter. Panthers clinging to a 17-16 lead. St. X had led 16-10. The Panthers, heck, they led 10-7 at the half. 1 wide receiver off to the right, and now 2, including Vollmer, to the left side. Shotgun for Herbstreit, steps back at his 28. Rolls and throws. It's complete to Britt at the 40, at the 43-yard line. The Panthers, DiTullio makes the stop, but that's going to be short of the first down.
I mean, you can't block him. You just can't. St. X had everything blocked on the screen except for one guy, and it was Joey DiTullio, and that's a guy you just can't leave unblocked. He's going to make a play 10 out of 10 times. What a stop. What a drop. What a pass 2 drive for Joey DiTullio.
It was great, but this is big because the last time Sandus caught the punt, he went backwards the 3-yard line, which caused the safety. So let's see what happens here. The punter is Maxim. His last kick was about 70 yards. And this is going to be a little shorter. It's going to bounce at about the 30 and picked up by Sandus at the 22. And that's where he'll take it. Portions of tonight's Elder Game are sponsored by financial advisors Adam Schuster, Ted Lucian, Matthew Smith, and Jacob Lindsay of the Lucian Schuster Smith team at Morgan Stanley in Cincinnati, offering wealth management planning for their clients. Elder grads Adam Schuster, a certified financial planner practitioner, and Jacob Lindsay, financial advisors at Morgan Stanley, are currently scheduling wealth management consultations at 513-562-8304. 8:23 remaining. Panthers need a good drive here. They've got it at their own 22. They line up with Paff off to the left side. They've got 1 wide receiver to the right, and now we're going to get a flag on the Panthers. Yeah, false start on the Panthers.
And it's going to set him back, but right now, this is Caden Eastep's time to show the Elder faithful why Doug Ramsey chose him to be the starting quarterback back in August. You got to show up, or else this game is going to be way closer than it should. And Caden Eastep's got to make a couple plays, got to get his team at least in a scoring position. A 3 would be good, 7 would be killer.
Get to a Caldwell Banker scoreboard update. Lakota West beat Colerain 52-0. 1st and 15 at the 17-yard line for the Panthers. Eastep steps back with Thaman in the backfield to give to Thaman. Thaman's going to run to the right. He crosses the 20. He's out to the 24-yard line, a gain of 7 for the Panthers.
That's exactly what Elder needed out of Joey Thaman right there. Was able to get around the edge and get the penalty yards back. Set themselves up. You get 2 downs now to get 8 yards, and that's exactly where Elder wants to be.
It'll be a 2nd and 8 coming up at the 23-yard line. Clock continues to run. Very fast-paced game, even though we started at 7:30. We're at 7:54 left here in quarter number 4. Panthers with a 17-16 lead. 2 wide receivers off to the left side, 1 to the right side. Eastep is back at his 19-yard line in the shotgun. Now it's an empty backfield. And Eastep looks and throws quickly to Thaman, complete to the 30, and that is going to be short of the first down, about 2 yards short, and not where he wanted. He thought he had enough room to get the first down, but did not. So now it's a 4th down coming up.
Coach Ramsey not happy.
Or 3rd down.
Obviously, Joey Thaman caught the ball around the 30. All he had to do was put his head down. Kind of this little stutter step cost him an extra yard and cost the Panthers a first down, but Joey Thaman will be a big player if they get this one here.
My bad on that one. It is 3rd down and 1, so they'll get it because of the penalty, so that is now 3rd and 1. So 3rd and 1 at the 31. Panthers still with the football, and they line up to the right side. It's Luke Ross. Ross is off to the right. They set up 1 to the left. They've got now 2 to the left. They fake, and it's E-Step giving it. It's going to be a direct snap to Thaman, and Thaman gets to the 32-yard line, and that should be enough for a first down.
Yep, and the near side official will give it to him, and got just enough. Went Wildcat with your best running back, told him to go get a yard, and he did.
So it's 6:42 left here in the fourth quarter. Clock continues to run, and the Panthers have the lead 17-16. They'll have a first down and 10 at their own 32-yard line. They line up with 2 wide receivers to the right side. They've got Thaman in the backfield. E-Step at his 27. The give to Thaman across the 35, and he's out to the 38-yard line. A gain of 6 on first down. Cliffview Lodge, a part of Red River Gorge Cabin Rentals, has 16 individual rooms. Book a single room for a private getaway, or book every room for family reunions, weddings, or corporate events. Check out the possibilities at Red River Gorge Cabin Rentals.com. 6:02 now remaining in the fourth. Panthers with a 17-16 lead. Second down and 5 at the 37. They got Paff and Ross, and now Thaman to the left, and 1 wide receiver to the right side. And that is, as they set up now, it'll be a quarterback keeper, 35-40, 45-50, and he's going to be out of bounds at the St. Xavier 48-yard line. Caden E-Step with a big run.
We're talking Doug Ramsey went over right to a sophomore quarterback, told him just to slide. Got to stay in bounds there, got to keep the clock moving. Came out of bounds. That'll stop the clock for a little bit, but yeah, that's another mistake by the sophomore quarterback, but a really nice play.
Yeah, that was a good run. You're right. Getting out of bounds was not the best, but here's the thing. You got 5:34 left, the 1st and 10 at the Bomber 49. Go to the run. You get off some clock, maybe, get a chance, maybe a field goal here at least, because that brings it to a 4-point game, and that's at least a touchdown. 1st and 10 at the 49. 1 wide to the right. They go with Paff to the left side. 2 wide receivers now to the left side. They go Thaman in motion. And the give is to Thaman. Thaman 45, and he's out to the 40-yard line. 39 maybe. That was close to a first down for Joey Thaman. It's going to be very close.
And honestly, a 2nd and 1 does you a lot of good compared to a 1st and 10. You got another chance to get past this sticks while the clock keeps rolling. You want 2nd and short in this scenario rather than 1st and 10.
2nd down and 1. The ball spotted at the Bomber 40-yard line. Panthers with a 17-16 lead and the ball. Line up with Brody Kremen playing some offense. They've got Papp to the right. They go Ross to the left. Thaman in the backfield to the left side. And now it's going to be a direct snap to Thaman. Thaman rolls to the right, going to get it, 40-35, and he slides at the 30, right around the 36-yard line. So a gain of 4, but he keeps the clock moving.
Wow, savvy play out of Joey Thaman right there. Knew he was getting close to the sideline. You could hear all the coaches next to us yelling, "Get down," and he did. Slid. What a perfect play.
Got a Caldwell Banker scoreboard update. Moeller beat LaSalle 38-0, and that's who other scores. Lakota West beat Colerain 52-0. Mason on top of Fairfield 31-13. Hamilton 34, and Princeton 30. And here it's 17-16 Elder with 4 minutes and 18 seconds on the Caldwell Banker scoreboard update. 2 wide receivers to the left side. And now the give to Thaman. Thaman again getting some good blocking, gets to about the 30-yard line, a gain of 6. Portions of tonight's Elder game sponsored by financial advisors Adam Schuster, Ted Lucian, Matthew Smith, and Jacob Lindsay of the Lucian Schuster Smith team at Morgan Stanley in Cincinnati, offering wealth management planning for their clients. Elder grads Adam Schuster, a certified financial planner, practitioner, and Jacob Lindsay, financial advisors at Morgan Stanley, currently scheduling wealth management consultations at 513-562-8304. 2nd down and 5 for the Panthers at the Bomber 31-yard line. 1 wide to the right, 1 to the left, 17-16 they lead. Empty backfield now for E-Step. He's back at his 35, and now they go Thaman in motion. They give to Thaman again. Thaman gets inside the 30 to the 28-yard line, a gain of 3. It'll be 3rd and 2, and with 3 minutes and 18 seconds now, continuing to roll the clock.
And I want to go back to a comment I made a couple minutes ago where I said I'd rather have a 2nd and 1 instead of a 1st and 10 in this scenario. I have no scientific backing on that comment. My personal belief is you have 2 plays, and that's assuming you're going to get the first down in the next 2 plays, but you have more opportunities to churn the clock before you have to move the chains. Especially as you get closer into scoring position, you want those opportunities to chew the clock, keep the yardage short, and burn this clock out.
And the clock continues to run with 2:50 left here in the fourth quarter. Panthers with a 17-16 lead over the Bombers. They have a 3rd and 2 from the Bomber 28-yard line. Joey Thaman has had a good drive here, and now we're going to get a timeout with 2:39 left. Red River Gorge Cabin Rentals in the beautiful Kentucky Red River Gorge have mega 12-bedroom cabins available for the big groups or families, and only a short 2-hour drive from Cincinnati. Check out all the activities and things to do at redrivergorge.com. We'll go back to the Caldwell Banker scoreboard update just to update everybody on the scores. We'll take a good look at all of them now. It was Hamilton 34, Princeton nothing, a surprise there. Mason over Fairfield 31-13. Lakota West put it all on Coleraine 52-0. And Moeller does a good job after winning last week against St. X. They beat LaSalle pretty handily, 38-0. And next week, it'll be Nippert Stadium as where the Panthers will play Moeller again. They lead it here 17-16. The Panthers do with 2:39 left here in the fourth quarter. To even the score in your next real estate transaction, go to cbhomes.com. On the Caldwell Banker scoreboard update, you're up to date.
And right now, Len, this is a time where you break out your 2-point conversion play if you're Coach Ramsey. The same type of scenario as a 2-point conversion. You need a first down. It's 2 yards. Get what you can get. If not, stay in bounds at least.
3rd and 2 at the 28. Derek Uran in at running back to the left side of Estep. They've got Ross. They go Wilmer in motion to the right. Estep gets the snap. They give to Uran. Uran inside the 30. Gets the first down, I believe, or he's right at the sticks. Let's see. No, check that. Might have got maybe a yard. It's a little close to where they mark it, depending. So the Bombers call timeout there. Uran. It was 3rd and 2. They had marked it at the 28. And let's see. I'm looking at where they marked the football, and it might be the 27. So it's going to be 4th and 1.
This is where you miss Maddox Arnold's presence dearly. You need a bell cow back that is able to get you 1 yard. It's who Elder trusts right here. If it's Derek Uran, if it's somebody else, you got to get 1 yard. And we see the prominence of St. X taking a timeout early in the half when they had a substitution problem on offense. That comes up big, and they only have 1 timeout left. A first down virtually, won't say completely ends it, but virtually puts this thing in Elder's hands.
17-16, Elder with the 1-point lead. They have a 4th and 1 at the Bomber 27-yard line. From here, it's a 44-yard attempt, but I don't think you want to mess with that because anything can happen, a bad snap. You could have a block. I think you want to at least just run it up the gut, try to get the first down.
Absolutely, and right now it's Elder, it's mano-a-mano. This down, it's not about strategy. Everyone in the entire stadium knows what's going to happen right here. It's kind of you wish as Elder you had Ryan Brass.
Yeah.
A little red shirt, one more game, have some extra eligibility left, but it's whoever Elder's going to trust to get them a first down. You got to go for it. You have to.
Yeah, 2:28 remaining. This is a 4th and 1 when they get back here. As looks like Lucas Bishop again, and Bishop will go off that time. He had an interception earlier.
And one thing I could see Elder doing, what they really haven't gone to since the first play of the game, was the little flood concept where they leaked Derek Uran out of the backfield and had a 2-way go for Caden Estep. He could either hand it off or he could dump it out to the flat to Derek Uran. It'll be a read for Caden Estep. Let's see if they trust him to do that here.
Okay, let's see. They've got, Adam Ray is warming up to kick, but I don't think they're going to have him kick this one, or are they?
Wow, they might punt this thing.
No.
Yeah,
They kind of faked him out a little bit. They got Ross to the right side. They've got Thaman in the backfield with Estep. They need a yard, so they got to get to the 26-yard line. They're at the 27 on a 4th and 1. Estep gets the snap. They give to Thaman up the middle, and he pushes. Did he get it? I don't think so.
No, he's short.
He's going to be a little short, and I think the Bombers are going to get it with 2:24 left. Let's see where they spot it.
That hurts.
Yeah, it's short, and the Bombers are going to take over on downs, down by 1. You had to go for it there.
Yeah, and they brought their heavy personnel in. Elder had all their big bodies on the field, only one receiver on the field, and still can't get it. It's one your decision you're just going to have to live with.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, you expect to get 1 yard, and they did not. So a 1st and 10, they'll mark it at the 28-yard line. The Bombers will take over. Panthers defense has been good in the late third quarter and early fourth quarter in most of this, and they lead it 17-16. Bombers, Herbstreit in the shotgun. They've got 2 wide receivers. Bombers have 1 timeout remaining. Herbstreit looking, he's going to run it. And now coming up, and Uran makes the tackle at about the 31-yard line, a gain of 3. That could have been a lot worse.
Now, an X is not really too worried about getting into 2-minute mode quite yet. They're going to be able to turn just into their base offense. Let's see what Steve Speck decides to do clock management-wise.
2 minutes and 2 seconds left, and a 2nd and 7 from the 31 for the Bombers. From right to left they go, trailing by 1. Herbstreit looks to throw. He's rolling to the right. Now we're going to run it across the 30, and he can't get anywhere. Panthers, another good defensive play. And Derek Uran is right there. Every time I say good defensive play, you call number 5.
I mean, we're going to have to see how many tackles he racked up at the end of this ball game. Very well could have yourself the star of the game along with Joey DiTullio, assuming these Panthers can hold on right here.
And they'll set up now with a 3rd and 6 from the 32. Herbstreit calling the play at the line of scrimmage. 2 wide to the left, 2 wide to the right. It's Herbstreit back at the 25, going to run it across the 30, 35, and now spins to the 41-yard line. A gain of 9 on 3rd down. That was huge for Herbstreit.
And Elder needs the faithful behind him. They need the parents to get up on their feet. Student section making as much noise as they can. Get into the head of Chase Herbstreit right here.
1st and 10 at the 41-yard line. Moving to the left is Herbstreit. Now looks to the right, still with it. Rolling to the right, throwing to the right. It is complete to Vollmer at the 48 to the 50. And now he's going to go down the sideline for the touchdown. He's going to run it. Let's see. Yes, touchdown Vollmer on that 59 yards. And the St. Xavier Bombers have taken the lead 22-17.
And it's just heartbreaking. Chase Herbstreit had way too much time to throw the football right there, and a really nice throw across his body all the way across the field. You're able to see on the replay right now. And just nightmare for Elder.
He went from the left to the right, and Vollmer caught it and a missed tackle, and then he was off to the races. So with 57 seconds left, I would think they might go for 2 here.
See if X wants to burn a timeout.
Yeah, I think they're going to go for 2 here. 22-17, St. Xavier. The Bombers on top by 5. So they've got Vollmer in, they've got Britt in, it looks like. They've got Herbstreit in. So they've got Britt to the right side. They've got a shotgun set up. They've got Vollmer lined up as a receiver to the left side. Trying for this 2-point conversion, and now they call a timeout. Just a 2-hour drive away in the beautiful Kentucky Red River Gorge, and visit RedRiverGorgeCabinRentals.com. You can visit Red River Gorge Cabin Rentals to plan your perfect getaway. Red River Gorge Cabin Rentals has almost every imaginable accommodation, cabins, campgrounds, a resort lodge, and much more. Visit RedRiverGorgeCabinRentals.com. St. Xavier, four-play, 73-yard drive. It was officially a 58-yard touchdown from Herbstreit to Vollmer, and now looking for 2.
And credit where credit's due. I've been challenging Chase Herbstreit to step up and make a play all night long, and he did right there. And that was a savvy play out of the senior.
So we got 57 seconds. If you're thinking, Elder does have 2 timeouts left. So not out of the question here, but certainly this would make it a 7-point game. If they can hold it to 5, it'd be better. So trying to stop them here. They've got Vollmer in, let's see, as a receiver. Herbstreit now, and they look, Britt goes to the right, so they've got an empty backfield for Herbstreit. Now for the 2-point, looking to throw. He's rolling, looking, and he does not get in. So that will give the Panthers some life here. 5 points down. We'll take a timeout. It's 22-17. St. Xavier on top with 57 seconds left. Don't go anywhere on the Prep Sports Radio Network. throw. You're going to put the ball in the hands of sophomore quarterback Caden Estep to try to lead the Panthers to another victory. Down 5 this time. Not as easy as getting a field goal, but certainly with 57 seconds and 2 timeouts, it's not out of the realm of possibilities.
Not at all. And Caden Estep's going to have to step up, like you mentioned, and the wind whipping like it is. It's going to make it tougher to throw the football, but Elder's going to have to step up, make plays, try to take care of the defense. The defense will carry them all night. One misstep, and they're out of this ball game.
Panthers need to get some plays, and you would expect Christopher Paff to be involved. He had a couple of catches in the end of the first half drive, and now this is going to be a short up, and it's going to be Sandus across the 25 and the 26. So the Panthers need to go 74 yards in 52 seconds. But the good news is they don't need the extra point. They just need 6.
They just need 6.
And the game is over.
See who we rely on here. Educated guess, it's probably going to be Christopher Paff. Let's see if Caden Estep and Paff can hook up on another long pass and try to get Elder back into this ball game.
This is where if he's able to roll out a little bit, get some, where it lets Paff get some separation, but you got to throw a couple to the sidelines, get, you know, and one guy that's always good at that is Thaman. So we'll see where they do. They've got Paff and Thaman. They've also got number 17 and Jackson Ruth off to the left side. They've got Willig in. They've got an empty backfield. They've got Caden Estep at his 20-yard line. 1st and 10 from the 26. 4 wide receivers. And now Estep looks. He steps and throws to the sidelines. And let's see, did he get it? I don't think so. Incomplete.
This is the time of the game where St. X is going to tell their front 4, pin your ears back and go get the quarterback. They're going to rush with reckless abandon, and Elder's going to have to hold up on the front lines and try to get something downfield.
2nd and 10 from the 26-yard line. Trenton Meyer now coming in for the Panthers. 47 seconds. Panthers still with 2 timeouts left. 2 wide receivers to the left, 2 to the right side. Shotgun setup. Estep at his 21. He rolls back to about the 17, and he's going to step up, throw it down the field, and it throws to the sideline. Trenton Meyer caught at the 44, maybe the 45-yard line, and that's a nice gain at the 45-yard line for Trenton Meyer. With 41 seconds, they're holding out with 2 timeouts. They wait for the chains to get set up. And the Panthers huddle.
And what composure by Caden Estep, able to step up in the pocket, had 2 edge rushers breathing down his neck, was able to deliver on time, on target.
Got out of bounds, so they'll stop the clock with 41, and 2 wide receivers to the right, 2 to the left side. Still 2 timeouts left. Stepping back is Estep, looking. Down the field, he throws it down, looking for Meyer, and it's just incomplete. He thought he had a little separation there at about the 23-yard line, but incomplete to Trenton Meyer down the left sideline. So 22-17, St. Xavier with that 5-point lead. The Panthers have 2 timeouts, but getting close now. 35 seconds. They've got to move 55 yards.
Trenton looks like he's in some rough shape. Elder's coaches didn't really notice it, and he's going to go back to the huddle and see if that plays a role in this next play for Elder.
2nd and 10 from the 45. They've got 2 wide receivers to the right. Paff is lined up inside. They've got Meyer to the left side, 4 wide now. And he steps back at his 39. The throw to the left is Meyer, complete to the St. Xavier 49-yard line.
And 100%, if St. X is going to give it to you, we'll take 5 yards and give yourself a chance just to get into shot range and see if Elder can't put together a little drive here.
They're going to say it was right at the 50, so right at the Panther logo. 31 seconds. Still 2 timeouts left. They've been able to get out of bounds, so this has been a good drive so far. Started at the 26. Sets up 2 wide receivers to the right, 2 to the left. He steps back at his 45, steps back at about the 42, rolls to his right. Still with it, looking down the field, throwing. It is incomplete. Meyer caught it, I believe, out of bounds, but it was incomplete. So now you've got a 4th down here.
And first things first, you have to get the first down. Obviously, you want to take shots downfield, but you have to get a first down. You have 2 timeouts left. You can grow across the middle of the field and still have a chance.
You got 5 yards to get a first down. It's a 4th and 5. 24 seconds left. St. Xavier stops them. They'll get a win. 22-17, they lead it here. Panthers looking to keep this alive with a first down here, 4th and 5. They've got Paff and Meyer to the left. Shotgun setup. Estep, as that lined up at the 45, gets the snap. The blitz comes. He steps and throws. It is complete to the 45. It's Joey Thaman, and they're going to say no. Let's see. They're going to say let's see where the spot of the ball is. It's going to be short.
Len, that's terrible. That is absolutely terrible.
He caught it at the 45-yard line. That is
Len,
a bad
terrible.
snap, and that is a
That's
St. Xavier
horrible.
win.
That is terrible, terrible, terrible officiating. I'm not ashamed to say it. That's horrible.
Yeah, the ball looked like it went past the 45, which would be a first down, but where they marked the football is short.
We're getting a replay right now.
They're saying
that's close.
I don't even think
It's a lot closer than I
they're
thought
not even
real time.
They're not even measuring it.
I mean, that was the chains were about 44.75. They weren't completely on the 45, but looked a lot better on the replay in real time, and I still think he got it.
Yeah, he was right. He was close to the sticks enough for a measurement anyway. 1st and 10 at the 46, and there's victory formation for the St. Xavier Bombers. Great game. Has to end that way, but a great job by the Bombers to come back from this one. The Panthers had the lead 17-16, and then Vollmer gets that big 50-yard touchdown, and this one is a final 22-17. Bombers with the win. The GCL South after losing to Moeller. Moeller wins today over LaSalle, so they've got 2 wins already, but the Panthers 0-1 in the GCL South.
That's pretty hard. That's a heartbreaking loss, obviously. Can't lose to your rivals on your home field, and it's just going to be a heartbreaking one for a week, but you got to flush it. You got to forget about it, and you're on to Moeller.
Absolutely. On to Moeller. We'll take a timeout. The final score, it's St. Xavier 22, Elder Panthers 17. We'll come back. We'll wrap it up. We'll come back with the Cooper Electric star of the game coming up on the Prep Sports Radio Network. Well, a tough break for the Panthers tonight. They lose at 22-17. The Cooper Electric star of the game, it was Joey DiTullio with the big interception, 74 yards, kept the Panthers in, and actually at that point took the lead after they were down 16-10 with a safety, and then DiTullio took it back 17-16 until it was Vollmer getting the touchdown for St. X. But that last 4th down, you question where the ball was snapped. A couple of times the referees tonight, a little let's just say it was a little bit different. Usually at home you're going to get some of those calls. You don't see that a lot, but that spot, they didn't even measure.
Yeah, they didn't measure. And I mean, real time, it looked a lot farther than it was. And I'm man enough to eat my words. I think that was a lot closer on the replay, whether he got it or not. We don't have a great vision on that, and I got a little antsy. That's my bad on that. But again, it was a great game by Elder, great game by St. X, and it was a GCL Classic, and
This is a game we didn't think would happen tonight.
No,
so
not at all.
Looking at the weather the way it was, I was sitting in the parking lot doing my best Caddyshack impression. I don't think the heavy stuff's going to come down for a long time, but it was a game that the weather held off. It was a little windy, of course, the remnants of the hurricane, but we're looking at tonight, 22-17. Elder goes to 4-2 next week. It means it's harder next week, right? Muller's going to be tough regardless at Nipper Stadium, but this makes it even harder.
And it's a tough ball game, and you had to come into this year knowing that the GCL was going to be a gauntlet. And for Elder, you're missing your 2 senior captains, and the important thing is everything that they have on the table is still in front of them. You got a chance at the best team in the state, who the St. X team is a really good squad. They held Moeller close, 5-point game over North Bend, and everything that Elder has in front of them. You have 2 more GCL games left. You get your senior captain back week 9, week 10 in George Gaduli, and then you make a playoff run. So by no means is the season over because of this loss.
Oh, no, not at all. I mean, these are the games that, make you. You did lose this game, but they didn't lose by much. And you look at the total offense, St. X had 54 plays for 292, where the Panthers had 48 plays for 280. Very close there. Per time possession, it evened out a little bit. St. X still had 26-59 to 21-01. The third down conversion, St. X was 4 of 11, while Elder was only 2 of 9 tonight. That's one of the problems tonight, as you see. The third down conversions and that fourth down conversion, not good either. So Panthers, you look at the stats tonight. Estep was okay, 13 of 21, though. He had 1 interception, 194 yards, and a touchdown. His longest was that 56-yard touchdown. You look at the situation. You look at Paff had a 14-yard pass touchdown. He also had the 56-yard catch, which wasn't a touchdown, but it got him down to the 2 early on in the first half. But the Panthers, looking at it, they've got a tough game in next week, but certainly they have shown that they can play pretty well with everybody.
We'll see how the defense holds up next week. Obviously, the task that Elder has in front of him is going to be Moeller's offense. I mean, Moeller's defense, no slouches by any means, but they're headlined by the offense. And if Elder's defense is able to play like they did today, they'll give themselves a chance.
On the St. X side of the ball, Jake Britt carried the ball 16 times for 95 yards, where Daniel Vollmer had 11 for 88. And, of course, Vollmer had the big catch, 58 yards down the sidelines. He had 2 receptions for 65 yards. Chase Herbstreit, 5 of 14, 2 interceptions. One from DeTulio went the distance, 84 yards and a touchdown. And Corey Selly had the other interception for the Panthers. Some looking at tackles. Sandus had 8. Derek Uran says he had 8 with 1.5 sacks and 1.5 tackles for loss. Matthew Goliner had 6 tackles, and Dugan had 5. So the defense, again, was up to the challenge.
Yeah, and Lena, really it's good to see. It's good to see that there's no love lost between these two teams at all. And it's still as heated a rivalry as it was 20 years ago. It's going to be heated into the future. We know St. X got a lot of talent in the pipeline. I know personally Elder's got a bunch of talent in the pipeline. It's going to be a lot of close games in the coming years.
Rounding out the scoring for Elder was, again, Paff with one of the touchdowns. Adam Ray had a 20-yard field goal. Joey DeTulio had a 74-yard interception return for a touchdown. St. X scored. Vollmer a 2-yard touchdown run. Chase Herbstreit a 2-yard touchdown run. They had a safety. And Daniel Vollmer a 58-yard touchdown from Chase Herbstreit. That capped off a 5-play, 73-yard drive. Any final words?
Well, like I mentioned kind of after the game ended, if you're a fan of these Panthers, by no means do you give up on this season. This is a great effort against a really good St. X squad. Maybe you'll see him again in the playoffs. Hopefully you do. I think this is a game that Elder would love to have back and love to get another shot at. And you just turn your sights to Moeller. And that's likely will be close to the end of the gauntlet. You're kind of making your way through it. Knock on wood, you survive without a bunch of injuries, and you're getting some guys back towards the end of the season. Now it's time to start playing your best football before the end of the year.
Well, unfortunately, a loss here tonight, but thanks to Mark Bengal, to Steve Bengal, to Tom Kennedy, to Kelby and Tiffany Seiler for, again, another great night of getting us the stats, to Paul Lockman back at the studios. Without you, we can't get this on the air. Thanks to you, the listener. Once again, the final score, St. Xavier, the Bombers beat the Panthers 22-17. Next week, we're back on Friday night as well, but this time Elder takes on another GCL South rival in Moeller at Nippert Stadium. So we'll be up in the high heavens at Nippert Stadium. We'll have a 7 p.m. kickoff and the 6:30 pregame show with the best show in the business, the Mercy Health Orthopedic and Sports Medicine pregame show with Mark Bengal, Steve Bengal, and the legendary Tom Kennedy. Well, for Will Summers, I'm Len Harvey. So long from the pit. You've been listening to Elder Football, the Kelsey Chevrolet Elder Panther Game of the Week on the Prep Sports Radio Network. So long.